We'll start in a few minutes. We're just voluminous. There you go. We'll start in a few minutes. We just finished a caucus meeting, so people are on their way over. I'd like to call our transportation meeting to order. Appreciate everyone being here, committee members. I appreciate Speaker Burns' comments during the caucus meeting a few months ago that, Thursday's a work day, and y'all are great being here. I know there's some of y'all have a long drive home. That's why you saw in the announcement that it will be a 2-hour meeting, and we'll show you how we're going to do that in just a minute. But I just want to call out a member real quick. Our secretary, Derek McCollum. This week, many of y'all are not here hearing what goes on every day, and he worked on a little project that I think is going to save somebody in this room's life one day. And you worked very hard to get first aid responders here, and I just want to thank you for that. Just give him a hand. And, I appreciate that. That's going to help somebody. We meet the quorum requirement for this meeting, and I welcome those who are out in the audience and the passion on both sides of this issue. And I want you to know we respect everyone. All this issue, it's been a tough issue. We have talked about it. I see a previous chairman or two around here who would say we've talked about this issue a long time. And I think at the end of last session, we made a very much clear agreement that we would go through the summer, let people work on a bill, see what they could come up with, and that we would meet and take a vote on it. And I appreciate their seriousness, Chairman Meeks, for working on this. Now, here's the process we're going to follow. It's going to be we've got 2 hours. We're going to have two sides, of course, for and against, give you 45 minutes. And so not including the bill sponsors' time. And I'm going to allow the commissioner at the end 5 minutes to make a statement for sure, answer any questions that may be there. And then Meeks will come back for any questions that the committee has, and then we'll vote. So if you're out there to speak and you're one of, I think Miss Abby and I figured there's 6 or 7. If you talk for 30 minutes, you're going to cut short your friends and maybe your co-folks' time to speak. And I don't think you want to do that. So be aware of that. We figured out about 6 minutes for each person would be fine. Okay, so members, you have a sub in your hands. We sent it by email, and you also have it in your hands. We were handing them out in the office also. I think we have a few extra. There is a Scribner's error on line 57. And if you'll look with me, when it says the weight of a vehicle is less that, it should be than. And then during the end, will entertain a motion to correct that Scribner's error. Other than that, there'll be no amendments allowed. You're going to vote on the bill that's in your hands. So keep that in mind, that's what you've got. So when you listen to the testimony, because these are complex bills, and I'm engrossing it, and that's what I've chose to do. So judge what's in your hands. Number 19, is that not now? Okay. So what we're going to do, who goes first? Now, I've had all kinds of phone calls, so I thought about this a little bit. Sitting on the front porch there in Jasper on Saturday night thinking about it. So we're going to flip a coin. And I have a coin flipper, Mr. Derek, and my vice chairman has determined heads are what?
I have determined with this coin, heads will be the side that is the flag of Georgia, a likeness of the flag. The other side will be the seal of whatever,
show 'em
whatever
clearly.
that seal is. So heads is the flag.
So we did have requests for two-sided coins, and
There are two
we
sides.
had
to the
requests for
coin.
someone would get me a coin this morning when they heard this. And so, Mr. Secretary, will you flip a coin?
Well, we need to say
What?
who's for and who's against.
Oh, excuse
We
me. Nope.
we're gonna flip that again. We're gonna say that heads is for, and tails is against.
Ah,
This is who goes first. This ain't
For the bill.
yeah, you're
Why
what
we're
saying,
here
who
today.
will go first? They're not. Pardon?
They can defer.
Yes. Yeah.
They can defer. Whoever wins can defer.
No, they're not deferring.
No.
They're going as called. There. Here we go.
All right, that's heads. So those that are testifying for or in favor of this bill will go first.
We'll go first. So first up, we'll have the bill presented by Chairman Meeks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be before you today, and with all of my friends here on a Thursday afternoon. I appreciate everyone coming to talk about an important issue. I want to remind you we're working from a substitute. The LC number is LC 393723S is the substitute number that we will be working from today, and I will walk through in a moment the changes to the bill from the original as introduced bill. But Mr. Chairman, we are very blessed in Georgia to have infrastructure and logistics to move our economy forward. It's important that we are always working and moving in the right direction so that we are taking care of our infrastructure, allowing our workers and our businesses to operate at maximum potential for their business and their industry. The trucking and logging sector is under enormous pressure today. Not just one industry, but they all are for the broader economy in Georgia. The ability to get products to market and to do that more efficiently, those pressures are even greater today with the shortage of truck drivers. Our input cost, our fuel cost, our insurance costs are all factors that play into that, and it's important that we take a look from time to time at how we can adjust and move forward in the trucking industry. Many of you know that the current weight limit is 80,000 pounds on a 5-axle truck with a 5% variance that takes it to 84,000 pounds. Under executive orders, under emergency orders, the trucking industry is allowed to operate at a 95,000 pound weight limit. That can happen during a pandemic, during a hurricane, anytime emergency disasters or declarations are issued. Common carriers have the ability to do that. So as you can see, moving from 80,000 with a 4% variance to 95,000 without a variance really is a ping pong. And as the chairman of the committee said earlier, we've talked about it off and on for many years and for previous chairmen, and we wanted to try to come back and find a common consensus among the industry on where we could go with truck weights so that carriers know year to year kind of where we will be on this particular issue. So I've got before you today LC 393723S, which provides a base weight limit of 80,000 pounds with a 12.5% variance, which takes it to 90,000 pounds, as you will see on line 17 of the bill. The additional change to the bill that was made was on line 32. We deleted that line. That previous law indicated that no third axle or lift axle may be used in calculating the maximum weight. We changed that, and then, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we went in and added a section. Section 2 is new language to put some teeth into what we're doing here. We hear from time to time that just overweight limit tickets may be the cost of doing business. And as we move up and down the road, ourselves, our neighbors, and those that are delivering goods for our homes and our businesses, we want to make sure that that's not just a cost of doing business, but we take a look at it and say, okay, we're going to put more teeth into this bill and into the fines for overweight trucks than we've had in the past. So what we did is we went in, and from 90 to 95,000 will be 5 cents per pound, which is what the current fine is. Additionally to that, over 95 will be 10, and then over 100,000 will be 15 cents per pound for overweight for calculating that fine. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to bring this bill to you today. I know we have a lot of people on both sides of the issue, and look forward to hearing their comments and look forward to a few comments as we wrap up.
Okay, committee members, do y'all have any questions for the bill sponsor? Let's get number 2. Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Meeks, for bringing the bill. The Section 2, the fines, will they be just remitted to the general fund, or will they be?
They'll
how will
be
that be?
remitted to the general fund, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Number 29.
That's me down here.
That-
Thank you, Mr.
Jim
Chairman.
Jackson.
Chairman Meeks, I have a concern, especially about our bridges. When it comes to bridges, especially in our rural communities, with the loads being increased, how are our local communities going to be able to pay for the damage, the possible damage to our bridges?
Thank you for the question. And what I would point out, and the important thing to remember, particularly as loads are leaving the woods, they are to take the shortest route to either U.S. highways or state routes. The more rural roads, in my estimation, when you look at as we're harvesting, we're not harvesting the same tract of land over a 365-day period. We're there for a very finite number of days. When, in particular in rural Georgia, when it comes to cutting timber, they're in and out. Many of the, some of the carriers that I've talked to have said, look, I don't have any interest in going that high. We make sure in this bill that whatever we do, that, or whatever load that the common carrier is carrying, that the equipment is rated for the load that they are carrying. So we're making sure that at the end of the day we're being as safe as we can from that perspective. But to your question, we're not going to be crossing the same bridges for 365 days a year. I would say that I know that our engineering and our great Department of Transportation are probably not building bridges they were same way they were 30 years ago. Bridge material has improved. I know engineering has improved, and as we move forward, we got to make sure that we're able to get to the market as much as we can, efficiently can, as safely as we can.
Thank you.
Number 14, Mr. Fry. Wave. Number 5, Ms. Newlitz.
Thank you, sir. I'm just doing some scribble math right here. I'm looking at section 2 when you talk about the weights and the fines. So am I understanding this correctly? So if the weight of the vehicle, say you have a vehicle that weighs 105,000 pounds, in that case the fine would be $2,250?
It would drop back. So the fine does not include the variance. So the fine would start being calculated at 80,000 pounds. So it'd be 80,000 times, or it'd be the 20,000 times the 15 cent.
That still doesn't seem like a super significant fine.
It's equivalent to other states. Is kind of what we looked at to reach that.
Yeah, I just don't know if that exceeds the threshold of what we might consider a cost of doing business.
It's probably debatable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 16, Mr. Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Meeks, for taking up this bill. I think just by the look around in this room, it's probably certainly on everybody's mind. I was looking at Section 2. The question I had, I understand that the 5 cents is the standard fee now. With the increase from line 60 and 63 from 10 cents to 15 cents, were these just decided because it's like kind of an arbitrary number, or are these fines in any way related to the cost that it might take to kind of to be able to fix these bridges, these posted bridges that may be impacted by that?
It was not taken into consideration as the amount of the fine that would it was not calculated to cover the cost of repair of bridges. No.
Okay, so it's just so
in taking a
it's
look
the
at
science in that, yeah.
In taking a look at, if I'm not mistaken, the current fine is 5 cents per pound. And so what we were looking at, and if I misspoke about being in line with other states, and every state does it differently, I think one state has up to 25 cents. So we were taking a look at making sure that the common carriers knew that we were being serious about what we're doing here, and it's not to take it lightly.
Good. Okay, number 3, is that Jim Whipperchet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Meeks, for bringing the bill. I think everybody in the room is aware that this is a bill that I carried last year, so I don't think my position is a secret. But I wanted to address 2 questions. Isn't it true that with this map we've got here, if the weights on the bridges are posted, our trucks won't be going over them? Isn't that true?
That's true.
Very good. And then to the 105,000 pounds, the fine, as I calculate it, would be $3,750. I don't know. Are you amendable to increasing the fine, or where are you on that?
I'm happy to have the conversation and go with the will of the
I know that the chairman has engrossed the bill, but just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 7.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine goes a little bit along with the fine information as well. I think it's important for us non-educated trucking people like myself to realize how much is the tree hauler actually making when he's carrying his load. So I'm sure $3,000 doesn't sound like a lot, but if he's only making $900 for the load, hell, that's 4 loads to make up for it. So it can be. I think if anybody's got any information, and if you don't, a speaker later can address that. That'd be great.
I'm certain we have some members in the room that can address that individually.
Thank you. Chairman Meeks.
Yes,
We
sir.
all look the same. I'm sorry. No, but look on line 8. This issue maybe. On 1819, would you bring out, I know this was a change that you didn't mention, about the tractor and trailer, the vehicle is certified to meet or exceed the weight.
Right.
Would you expound on that just a little bit?
Yes, sir. In terms of the weight that the equipment is carrying, it is important that we make sure that the equipment, if they're increasing their weight, that the equipment is certified to meet those allowable weights. We do have individuals that manufacture their own trailers within the company, and we just want to make sure that, again, as we are looking at the increasing in weights, that whatever they're hauling with, and that equipment is indeed able to handle the weight for the delivery.
Thank you. So number 6, Ms. Chairman Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know GDOT has been very generous because I'm a squeaky wheel in South Georgia, but do we need a physical note of how much my counties and cities are going to have to pay to take care of our roads?
I'm not aware of one, but would love to. I'm happy to have the conversation with you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Anulowicz, number 5.
Thank you. Yes, I also echo the request for a fiscal note because I do think it's important that we go into this decision with our eyes wide open in terms of what this is going to cost the taxpayers. Because what I would hate to see is some kind of subsidy, basically, for these companies that the taxpayers in our cities and counties ultimately end up footing the bill for. But my question is actually more, with the 12.5% variance, we've been talking about the fines. I get the sense that there's an anticipation that the trucks will just be taking full advantage of that 12.5% variance.
I would disagree with you on that, in that the way that I view it, and those that I've spoken with about it, is putting some teeth into the legislation. In terms of the physical note, I would suggest that if that's the will of the committee and that's what the chairman would request, then I think we also have to take a look at what these common carriers are paying in taxes. They're their roads too. Should we not be able to make them as efficient as an electric vehicle and the owner of an electric vehicle going back and forth to work? This is their business. This is their livelihood. Why aren't we taking a look at that and saying, hey, can we help them be more efficient? They pay taxes as well. I mean, all of our drivers do. We do, you do, everyone. So why are we singling out, to your point, we have trucks now running up and down the road that are over 100,000. You have containers that leave our ports that are not within this variance. So are we going to continue to pick winners and losers, or can we come together to some mutual agreed upon weight and say, okay, here's where we are? There'll still be the ability to get overweight permits from DOT.
No, yeah, you mentioned, okay.
Yes,
Yes,
you mentioned electric vehicles, and I recall, and I agree, we need to have very thoughtful conversations here about how to reach an equitable solution for drivers of electric vehicles as related to how they consume our roads. But to that end, we had a study committee devoted to that conversation. I don't think we've had a study committee devoted to this conversation.
To the point of electric vehicles, you got haulers that are hauling 2 less vehicles on their trucks because they would be overweight. So it's an issue that we do need to take a look at.
Number 8. Is that
Oh, thank you, sir.
Chairman Newton?
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the goal of the bill. I guess I looked on lines 20 and beyond, following there for about a page, about how we changed it from largely a recognition of Georgia being an ag state and giving an extra exemption for 5%, which was not offered to just general trucking coming through the state or originating wherever it might originate. Do we have a ballpark number, and maybe somebody later will know if you're not sure, but when you limited it to forest products, poultry, feed, aggregate, a few other things like that, do we know what percentage trucks was in the current language of the bill, or the current language of the code that was allowed? Was that 5 or 10% of the trucks on our roads?
I don't have an answer for you,
Maybe
Mr.
somebody
Chairman.
will know.
Maybe someone can answer that, or I'll find one for you.
Because I know with the physics, I know that not only the weight, but the number of times a day, and if this is, if it was 5 or 10% carrying these approved products at the time, I guess we'd be going to 100% of trucks would be available under the new bill, not just ones carrying ag and forestry and concrete and poultry.
It would make it uniform across the industry. And one thing to point out, as we're allowed to, as in the effort to do this, you have to remember, as you're increasing the weight, we have less drivers. We are taking trucks off the road. There will be less trips made delivering the same amount of product, and it's important to remember that.
And as far as this, I'll just answer a question on the study committee. I believe this issue, it predates many of us and the discussions on the committee. Did you have a question, or did I? Okay, you're good. Okay. I see no other questions for the bill sponsor. Okay, so thank you. You can stay there if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then we're going to move over to the the winner was those who were for. So we'll look at our sign-up sheet. Mike from Georgia Poultry Federation. Either wherever you feel most comfortable. And up next, after him, I'll do this like this will be Scott Copeland from Griffin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mike Giles. I'm president of the Georgia Poultry Federation. We're a nonprofit trade association established in 1951 to represent the interests of the poultry industry, poultry growers, poultry processors, and allied industry. In the state, in Georgia, we're the leading broiler producing state in the nation. Our operations have an economic impact on the state of Georgia of a little over $40 billion annually, and the jobs of nearly 150,000 Georgians depend on the poultry industry, either directly or indirectly. What I'd like to talk about is the operational infrastructure that it takes to produce goods, and I'll use poultry as an example. There's a term now that we're all familiar with, but I suspect before the pandemic, 2020, unless you were in the logistics business, you probably didn't use this term, and that's supply chain. And that's really what we're talking about here. In our example, it's the transportation that's needed to deliver feed to our farms and transporting chickens to and from farms. I remember in 2020, the first time I went into a grocery store after everything shut down and seeing empty shelves of food, and how shocking and unnerving it was. And I think everyone gained a greater appreciation for agriculture and how our food is produced, but really how the supply chain operates and how external factors can be a disruption to it. If you search for supply chain on the internet, now another term that you'll hear very commonly is supply chain resiliency. And what does that mean? And that means developing systems and programs and mitigation steps that allow you to operate through when an external disruption happens. And it can be a global pandemic. On a smaller scale in our industry, it could be an ice storm that lasts for a couple of days, but it affects our deliveries for 2 or 3 weeks after in a cascading event. So when you're moving goods, there are really two, in the context of this bill, there are two factors to consider. One is your capacity. It's almost like bandwidth with the internet. And the other is time. How much goods can you deliver in a given amount of time with the capacity that you have? Well, this bill speaks directly to that because it allows you to increase your capacity by carrying about 6,000 pounds more, which is about the weight of an automobile, 1.5 personal automobiles. In the poultry industry, the innovations and efficiencies that we've gained over the last 70 years have come in fractional increments, pennies per pound, fractions of pennies per pound. It's remarkable, really, to me, that with a business sector as mature as the poultry industry, that there's an opportunity to gain efficiencies on the scale that we're talking about, and I'll talk about some of that data going on. So let's just look at the data. So in your packets, there's a report that was prepared by the Ag Technology Research Program at the Georgia Tech Research Institute. And it estimates, given publicly available data and industry data, of what the impact of increasing the weight limits to 90,000 pounds would have on our industry. The reduction in the number of trips is really the most important measure of efficiency. Depending on our payload, whether it's feed or live chickens or which sector of the segment of the poultry industry, we could reduce trips by anywhere between 11 and 15%. Again, that's really remarkable when you have our history and innovations in improving efficiencies are in such small measured increments over time. If you also see the total number of trips would be reduced by 13%, the total vehicle miles traveled would be reduced by 13%. So the report also uses a model that was developed by the National Cooperative Research Highway Program, which is a national program that's supported by and used by our state departments of transportation and the Federal Highway Administration. And this particular model tries to estimate what the pavement fatigue would be over a period of time. And so for this, it's very complicated. There's so many different variables, and if any of you who are familiar with models, they don't predict exactly what will happen. It's only as good as the data that you put into them and the formula that's used. But what it can do is it lets you discover things that are true and trends that could be outcomes. So the scenario that was used in this model was one that's very conservative in terms of the argument that we would make, and this would be a hypothetical stretch of road that would receive about 350 vehicles per day, but about 65 poultry trucks per day, which is would probably be pretty unusual, heavy volume in the state. But if you look at what this model showed, is that while there is increased in this particular scenario was a roadway designed to last for 20 years, and it does show that the increased truck weights caused an accelerated degradation of the fatigue in the roadway, but it was offset by the significant reduced number of trips from a 20-year lifespan to a 19-year lifespan. Last I'd like to touch as a close on an element of this that I think has really been overlooked in our past debates, and that is environmental sustainability. Very important to our members. It's important to our customers and the consuming public that purchases chicken, and I assume it's also very important to your constituents as well. The trip reductions that I've discussed translate to a fuel reduction of 10%, and more importantly, a corresponding reduction of greenhouse gas emissions of 10% on CO2. I'm not aware of a single policy decision that the legislature could make that could simultaneously improve our competitive position and business climate in Georgia and protect our air quality as well than passage of House Bill 189. So with that, I'll close and ask for your favorable consideration of the bill.
Thank you, Mike. Let's Number 2, question for you.
Thank you,
Thomas.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Giles. Right here. I just looking at a map that we have here, it shows the states around us at from 88 to 90,000. Do you ever run into issues in any of these other states?
It's particularly important for our industry. We have across the border in South Carolina, Alabama, and Tennessee, and really all of our adjoining states. As you see, for poultry, the weight limits are higher in the surrounding states. But when you're loading feed, for example, that's produced in Georgia, that's going to a farm in South Carolina or Alabama, they have to load to the Georgia limit instead of the limit that is allowed in the neighboring state. So it puts us at a competitive disadvantage with other states. We're in a very competitive arena, not only internationally but also domestically, and most of the chicken that's produced in Georgia is produced by companies that operate in multiple states. And when they're trying to make decisions about where to deploy capital and invest and expand, one of the factors they're going to look at is the cost of doing business, and this is an important part of that. So yes, interstate travel is important.
Thank you. That'd be that. There's no other questions. And committee, I'm glad no one asked him why eggs are so high.
I expected that one.
Thank you. Next up will be Mr. Scott Copeland, and we're doing good on time. And then next will be Will Bentley. Is that where you like to be? Okay.
Sure. I'm Scott Copeland. Work at Guffin and Elam Insurance in Summerville, Georgia. We're heavily invested in forestry insurance, and my history comes from a forestry background. Worked in the woods in the 80s, actually loading shortwood by hand. So I got a lot of experience with forestry. I'm here to answer any kind of questions.
I'll just ask one to come over. Where y'all's questions at? You know, committee. Now, so if you look at this, what we've got here, you're on the pro side. So do you see this being detrimental to rates?
Insurance rates, no, sir. The weight doesn't seem to have a factor in the last, since we've had the 95,000 pound permit, and none of our rates have gone up because of the weight limits.
Okay. Number 14.
Thank you, Mr.
Right.
Chair. I waited until I felt like somebody could answer this question before I asked it, but how much is that lift axle weigh that we marked out? Do you know that?
No, sir, but I would estimate about 3,000 pounds.
3,000?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Number 22.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you're in the insurance business for the lumber
Yes,
companies?
sir. Forestry operations, yes, sir.
So we've got a lot of literature saying that the 10,000 pounds could possibly increase wrecks. So that doesn't reflect in the insurance premiums at all?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir, not at all. I think what's driving insurance rates now is just general inflation like y'all were talking about before. Cost to repair vehicles and that kind of stuff is the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Number 10. Is that Mr. Thomas?
Just out of curiosity, how many claims have you seen a claim increase since the governor's order to push the current weight to 95,000?
Well, I ran some numbers from my agency, and in 2019 we had 94 claims, I believe it was.
Okay.
And all those were not at fault. That's just total claims involving forestry operation trucks. And I just finished the last year's numbers. 2022 we had 50
All right.
crashes.
So to follow up on that, because I'm going to dial down a little bit more, how about fatality-related accidents?
None involving any kind of weight. A lot of times we interact in Georgia with a lot of in urban areas. Some of the mills are in urban locations, and the traffic is a cause there. There was a study done by the University of Georgia that 38% of the crashes involving log trucks were the log truck's fault. That means the rest were the other vehicle's fault due to traffic.
So I just make sure I understand. So the amount of fatalities that were at fault fatalities, because obviously if it's not at fault, then it's nobody's, but at fault fatalities have gone up or down or stayed the same?
I think they're pretty much the same.
Okay. Right. That's it. Thank you.
That would be mine. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So are you saying that there have been no increases in insurance rates in the last 3 years?
No, sir. Insurance rates have increased, but it's not related to the weight of the vehicles. Insurance rates have increased because of inflation, cost of repair vehicles, cost of medical expenses, and that stuff. Nothing related to crashes.
Thank you.
Whip Burchett? We waive, okay. Was that too, I was Mr. Corbett, I'm sorry, I was looking down there wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a result of fewer trucks being on the road, should you see the number of accidents go down?
Yes,
And
sir.
can you hit a truck that's not there?
Yes, sir, we certainly do. We expect that for sure.
Number 5, Ms. Nilowitz.
Yes, when you're talking about these claims, is it better to look at them, though, at a per capita rate rather than just an annual rate? Because I know that the market, I mean, these aren't static numbers of trips. There aren't the same number of trips every year. The market really, I would think, dictates how many number of trips a carrier takes each year, no matter what they're hauling. So if we're talking about what's 50 this year, 290, that doesn't mean anything to me if I don't know how many trips there were that year. Is there any way to get per capita information for this?
Somebody other than me probably can get that, but I can tell you this, my customers haul the same amount of loads each year. They all haul, 20 to 100 loads a week, and they've done that for the last 15 years, so.
Each year, every year, no matter what the demand is, no matter what the market.
It's still going, there's plenty of demand for toilet paper and all the other paper products. Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Mr. Copeland.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your response to being here today and helping us. Next up's Will Bentley, and then after that will be Toby McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Will Bentley with the Georgia Agribusiness Council. We're a trade association that represents all sectors of ag, from the farm all the way up to manufacturers and everything in between. I have with me, and who I'm going to introduce in a moment, is Mr. Wayman Hunt from Godfrey's Feed in Madison, Georgia. I really would like for y'all to hear from a member more so from me, but I do want to talk about a little bit of stats right quick. Agriculture, as you should know, if you would have got a ag snapshot from UGA last week, a $73 billion business in the state of Georgia, the #1 industry, and that represents 340,000 jobs in the state of Georgia, which is roughly about 1 in 7 jobs is related to agribusiness. From a study from the University of Georgia, this increase alone for agriculture could reduce the need for 172,000 truck trips every single year on ag products by themselves. And that's roughly 129 million less miles traveled by trucks in the state of Georgia. And Chairman Newton, if I could go back to a question you asked about what the percentage of trucks in the state are. And it's a U.S. number, but UGA found that roughly 25% of all trucks are carrying ag products in the United States. But with that, I'll turn it over to Wayman Hunt. Again, the owner and operator of Godfrey's Feed in Madison, Georgia. He's a member of our board of directors at the Georgia Agribusiness Council and involved in agriculture.
Hey, can we pause just a moment? Chairman Carson, would you come back here and sit? We've got a seat for you, please. I'm sorry. We're just trying to, got a great crowd. Mr. Hunt, please go ahead.
Thank you for your time and the opportunity to come speak to you today. Like Will said, I'm Wayman Hunt. I'm from Madison, Georgia. I own Godfrey's Feed. It's a 6th-generation family business. We've been there since the 1870s. We mainly haul livestock feed, and it's the vast majority of it is delivered here in the state and locally. Y'all have to bear with me a little bit. I didn't realize what I was walking into here. I'm relying on my 4-H public speaking
there you go.
days to get through this. So,
it was 4-H day yesterday, Mr. Hunt.
well, thank you. So please bear with me. I'd like to speak to the before I get started. I'd like to speak to the point on the fine. That fine is significant when we start talking about what what kind of markup I've got on a per ton basis on feed being delivered, if I had to pay a $3,700 fine, it'd probably knock out 30 loads of feed. So it is not insignificant. But get back to what I was going to talk about is on any given day, we're probably routing 75 to 100 trucks. Some of those are originating out of the state and coming into the state. We're delivering directly to farms and other feed mills in the area. So we do deal with a good bit of trucks. Trucking ultimately ends up being the necessary evil for us, if I can say that, in that I can't find anybody else to haul it, so we got to haul our own products, and so it's a big deal to us. I could talk about the 10% fewer miles and those things. Everybody's talked about that already. One of the things that I'd like to point out is how it'll actually impact me. And if you look at our driver wages since the beginning of COVID, they're up nearly 50%. If I can decrease my trips by 10 to 12%, that's significant. That's really significant. If you start looking at that, and it's hard to hire drivers right now. There is a national shortage of drivers. Currently, I'd hire 4 more drivers if I could get them. And there's a couple of things that factor into that. Is some of it's government regulation. You know, last year it was enacted that you have to go to a class that lasts 3 to 4 weeks and roughly 40 hours a week to get a new CDL. So that's going to take you out of the workforce, and it's going to cost you roughly $1,000 a week to do it. So if a man's making $50,000 a year, it's going to actually cost $2,000 a week to be able to take that course. And our truck drivers are getting older, and we're not replacing them because of the barriers to entry. So we're seeing big impacts on our driving force. So if we could reduce the number of drivers that we need and still manage to haul all the product that we needed, it would be a huge benefit to us across the board. Another thing that's happened to us is the DEF regulations. And this is not related, but it is related in that last year, in the last 12 months, we've worked on 70% of our vehicles with DEF-related problems. And so when those trucks go down with DEF-related problems, we have to pull them off the road. And now I've got to find other trucks or we fall behind. And so being able to reduce those drivers and reduce those trips could potentially let me have an extra truck sitting on the sidelines that now I can pull into the rotation and continue producing product. Those are a couple of the issues that we have really dealt with. Speaking to the insurance, if we can decrease our insurance rates, that's huge. And I know everybody in this room is interested in Georgia remaining the #1 state to do business, but everything that we touch comes in here on trucks, and especially these agriculture commodities. And we also rank last in truck insurance rates. And we need every bit of help that we can get to offset these expensive. The commodity markets, the commodity businesses that we are in are very low margin, very high volume, and we've got very razor thin margins and very little room for error. So anything that we can do to help us cut our costs, be more efficient, is really, really beneficial to us. Looking at my notes here, I apologize. You know, I think those are the main points that I wanted to hit. If anybody has any questions, I'd love to relate how this actually impacts our business in Madison.
Mr. You've got they're popping up now. You know, just on you look at the proposal we have before you, you look at how many employees would it save? I know that finding drivers. Did you mention how many it would save you if this were?
Currently, I've got about 20 drivers now. So that could save me 2 drivers. Now, that does not include all of my outside truck trips, because we do get some third-party truckers for some of our, sure. I can't get all those loads done with the drivers that I've got, but it would save me 2 drivers, and it would make the trucking companies that we are able to contract with more available.
Yeah. And just on the side, you offer great service to the 4-H and FFA kids in our state, showing in the livestock
Appreciate
feed
that.
world. We appreciate
My
that.
dad always said, don't spend your money on advertising, spend it on the kids.
That's it. Y'all done that. Mr. Fry, number 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, and I want to find out, is that 10% fewer trips based on a static demand? Like, what we're assuming is that we're going to need the same amount of products no matter what. And so, but you did say that you could hire 4 more drivers. So you don't have a static demand. And so I feel like I just want clarity for the room to think about, is that really the case, less trips?
Yes, I believe it is, because if I can put more feed on the truck, right now our minimum order is 2.5 tons, and that works out to where we can fill that truck up efficiently. If I can take that order from 2.5 tons to 3 tons, because the bin space on the truck will hold it, then I don't have to go back to that customer for an extra week, 2 weeks, 5 weeks. And so, yes, I put more feed in there, and therefore I don't have to go back as quickly, and then therefore we don't make as many trips in a year.
Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Newlowitz.
Thank you. Will, you mentioned the UGA study saying that there will potentially be 150,000 fewer trips, right? I have a couple questions. One, the gentleman right ahead of you talking about the insurance insisted that the rate of trips were staying the same. And we know that we've had the governor's executive order in effect for a couple of years. So have trips decreased during the executive order by 150,000?
I think he was specifically talking to his customers on the insurance side. I do think, I'm not sure about what has changed with the 95,000 pounds. This was just strictly based on the increase to a 12.5% variance is what they were looking at, because that was the request we put in. Certainly something that I could address with them to see if they could find out if there was from.
Yeah, because we've kind of had a pilot project, right?
Right.
With this,
Right.
with the executive order, like
And I think there'll
there
be
should be
others.
this data.
Yeah, I think there'll be others that will address it. I was just addressing specifically moving forward.
Right. No, but specific to the UGA study saying there will be 150,000 fewer trips, have there been 150,000 fewer trips since this has been in place?
They were looking at the last available data, which would have gone back to 2020. Unfortunately with ag
And again,
data,
yeah.
it's always kind of trailing a few years behind. I don't have that information, but the number was 172,000 less trips, which would be potentially based off of the data they had in 2020. And unfortunately, we just don't have the information from that. I don't. There may be others in the room that do.
Yeah, that I would be very curious to have that number, what we actually have, not what could potentially happen, but what we actually have experienced
Right.
would be really helpful. Thank you.
Chairman Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick, I want to get something straight in my brain, and it sort of goes with that. You said you have like 75 to 100 trucks daily? Or
No, ma'am.
is it
Well,
weekly?
75 to 100 truckloads daily.
Loads.
I may have misspoken.
Okay, and how many fewer are you going to have? How many will you take off the road, or is, I kind of want to know how many on day one are you going to be able to say, I don't need
Well-
2 trucks, 5 trucks, 1 truck? How does that work?
It's gonna go back to what I was talking about, because if I can carry them an extra 10% more product, then I don't have to go back as often, because these people are buying, they're repeat
Right.
customers. They buy over and over and over again. So it's not gonna be a fact of I cut off 10 trucks on day one. It's gonna be over the course of the year. I haven't had to fill as many orders because I was able to carry more product each time I went.
Right, you're carrying more product, but I'm trying to see, when are there going to be less trucks? They're going to be heavier.
It will start day one. It'll
Okay.
probably take a week or two for the
Okay.
lag time to start catching up. But if a customer is using 24 tons a week,
Mhm.
and I have to take him a truckload every week right now at 24 tons or 25 tons, if I can bump that up to 28 tons, then now he doesn't get a load every week. He gets a load every 8 or 9 days. And so over the course of the year, I mean, I could sit down and calculate it out, but yes, it will relate into fewer truckloads.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Holly, number 16.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, sir, for not only coming, but also to give your own personal testimony for your own company. My question is kind of similar to my colleagues in terms of looking at the amount of trips and its variance. If you're having less trips, just for instance, particularly if you're doing per daily, let's say, for the given amount of clients that you have per day, because the industry is ever expanding, particularly, we've seen it with our port expansion, it's so much to be able to come through our roadways. Being able to limit that trip, wouldn't that now make you more available for you to take on more contracts and to be able, and be able to have other drivers? Because, and I'm only asking that question merely because you may have shorter trips one way, but we all agree that businesses are in the business of making money. You might be able to actually, if you get more contracts now and there, then might that also metastasize in terms of that number?
It very well could, but I would also say that there's a finite number of cattle in this state right now, and that's the vast majority of what our business is, and all of my competitors are going to have the same advantage or chance to make those extra sales, and so I don't know that it actually does turn into more business. It certainly would present the opportunity for us to do more business, but with the finite number of cattle in the country, in the state, and in our county, we don't have the customer base is limited.
Thank you. I guess it's more as if you could expand, someone else would shrink. Is that
Exactly.
not right? Next, Mr. Newton, Dr. Newton.
Chairman, and this is a little question, a little more for Will and Chairman Meeks, but the current code, which is all the language I referred to on page 2, that's eliminated now, that has the ag favoritism, if you will, but it was recognition of the importance of ag as the #1 business in Georgia, and forestry, and it was a special exemption on the 5%, but I appreciate you knowing that answer, at least nationally, is 20 to 25%. Just was curious if was there a particular reason where we've always in the past favored our biggest local business in Georgia, which was ag, with the 5% variance to including now potentially 5 times as many vehicles in every industry, no longer recognizing the preeminent place of agriculture in Georgia to just in one fell swoop, not only just raise, which we could have just raised the ag a little bit more because it is a thin margin business, I understand, but we did it for everybody, people sending, selling iPhones and everything else. I was just wondering, curious, was there a reason we don't want, I mean, I know it was preferential treatment, but we did it for a reason in the past and what's in current code. So I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I would say that as we looked at this issue, which is very complex and impacts everyone, the coalition that was built of 28 different organizations that support this bill wanted to come on board and gave us an opportunity to look at it across the industry and make it, blanket across everybody and give everyone the opportunity to operate on the same playing field.
But it is true, right, that an increase in weights for 20% of the vehicles going over the bridges is one level of impact in physics on those bridges, and on 100% potentially is a 5 times greater impact?
I guess you have to look at the routes that they're traveling.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, members, we are getting down to, I think we're at 30 minutes, and we got about, we'll give everybody, because we have a lot of great questions. Next up, just giving everybody a warning, number 2, that's Mr. Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you say with the increased federal regulations on CDLs for everybody, it's like 280 hours worth of training? That bill had to come through my committee where we had to pass that along. I got a lot of grief over it. I've had call after call. Do we have to do this? It's federal requirement, and that's created a burden on not just ag industry, but I would say every industry out there that has a truck that requires CDLs. So not a question, more than a statement.
Absolutely, I agree.
Thank you. Number 22.
I just have a quick question. My brother has run a feed mill for 30 years, and do you buy raw product out of state?
Yes, sir, we do. Georgia is a grain deficit state, and so we can't produce enough in the state to fulfill what we
So would you say a lot of that product comes down 20 from Alabama and 85? Where would it come from?
Most of it's coming from the Midwest, you know, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana,
Yeah.
Illinois.
So it's coming down through Atlanta, correct? So if we were saying that it's going to take fewer trucks off the road, and I'm not sure how many people here drive in Atlanta, if I could get 5 more trucks off the road in Atlanta, it'd be worth it to me. So, thank you.
There'll be some amens out there. Mr. Corbett, did you have another question or 3? Is that? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wayman, Will owes you a steak dinner for putting you in this situation.
I'll take you
particularly if you didn't know what you were walking into. I just have a few questions. You're in the grain business, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the past few years, we've been under an executive order, and currently everybody is traveling at 95,000 pounds, correct?
Not every truck that comes into our place is doing that, but there are a lot of people doing that.
And very good. And have you personally seen any more accidents? Have you seen any more, faults with your truck or anything like that? With your fleet, excuse me.
I would. Yeah. No.
I hate that. I hate to ask that question.
But I would say though that because of the driver shortage, I'm seeing fewer and fewer well-qualified drivers. I mean, to kind of put it in perspective, I had one hit our building this week. I mean, it was just sitting there, and
the building didn't move.
It did not move. So, but the point to that is that it would help us immensely to be able to use fewer drivers.
Okay, and I just want to try to bring a little clarity to the questions that I heard. I keep hearing taking trucks off the road, taking trucks off the road. What you're indicating is you're going to be making less trips, right?
That's right.
So if you can haul 10 widgets on a truck and then you deliver 10 widgets to a customer every month, but then you can deliver 15 widgets, then you don't have to go there for another month and a half, correct?
Correct.
So you're not taking actual trucks off the road, you're just making less trips, right?
Exactly.
Another line of question I have here is, do you pay taxes?
Yes, sir.
You pay state taxes?
Yes, sir.
Do you pay, do you put diesel in those trucks?
Yes, sir.
Do you pay any taxes on that diesel?
Yes, sir.
How many gallons are in one of those trucks? Do you know?
Oh, God. Anywhere from 100 to 200, depending on the vehicle.
100 to 200 gallons. You're paying the road tax on that. What is that tax in your mind? What is it supposed to do?
It's there to rebuild the roads, maintain the roads.
I agree. Well, I appreciate you coming. Are you a family-owned business?
Yes, sir.
And we're out of Madison?
Yes, sir.
Well, very good. I'm looking in to getting some cows, so I may be hooking up with you.
We'll be glad to look after you.
I appreciate you, Mr. Wayman.
Last question for this speaker group, Ms. Newlitz.
Thank you. You mentioned, and thank you again for being here. Your 4-H folks should be very, very proud of you because you've done exemplary work here today. You mentioned that everything comes in trucks, and we've talked about study committees, we've talked about these things. We've spent a lot of time in this building also talking about freight and logistics and how we do try to get trucks off the road, because respectfully, taking 5 trucks off the road won't make a lick of difference here in Atlanta. But, I guess does anything come to you via freight at all? Like freight rail?
So I'm glad you asked that. We have a spur at our facility, and we have 2 facilities, and both of them have spurs on them. And we try to buy as much product on the rail as possible. It's significantly cheaper freight to buy it by the rail, but we can't get reliable service enough to get it delivered. And we could unload probably 5 to 10 cars a day between our 2 facilities, but I can't get dependable service enough from the railroad to operate my business. So we have to, every time we buy something on rail, we have to back it up with truck contracts as well. because we can't run out. The cows don't stop eating. So we'd love to do more on the rail. And in their defense, they're in the same labor situation that everybody is. The rail guys don't have the people to run the trains. They run out of hours and can't keep servicing.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, for coming today. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Next up, Toby McDowell. And members, we're going to increase our time from 45 minutes. It's just too good to limit. If you have to leave, you got to leave.
Hey, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman,
Toby.
and everyone, I'm glad to be here. Like my man before me, this is way out of my norm. I'm
Well,
just
Mr. McDowell, tell us where you're from. We need to know a little bit about you,
all
too.
right. I'm about to go there.
Okay.
It's a little bit out of my norm. I'm a country guy from Jackson, Georgia, Butts County, and my dad was one of, and my granddad, they was generational loggers. So around 18 years old, I decided that I wanted to drive a log truck. And then I decided that I wanted to be a logger. So I'm one of the very few minority loggers, in the world. So what I noticed is, like I say, we employ, I have 15 employees. There's we calculated around 123 people that's dependent on my company, C. McDowell Logging, to make it. And I had some notes, but listening to all the great speeches and the great questions, I don't even need my notes no more because, this stuff is really personal to me. So my testimony would be, that, and I heard Mrs. Terry here, she said she wanted some real live data. So I would be your guy for that data since our wonderful Governor Kemp signed the order. Before the order was signed of the hauling the extra weight, my wife is here in my defense. I used to come home literally every day saying, I need a way out of this business. With high insurance, fuel is high. I just wanted a way out. But I would sit there and think about them 123 miles that's dependent on our checkbook. But what I've noticed since the governor, to answer a little bit of your question, since the governor signed that order, I'm one of the few people that can say the pandemic saved my business. Not because of any funds issue, any of that, because we didn't receive any of that type stuff. But I have noticed with the extra weight, to give you some true and correct data, we had all old logging equipment. We had all old trucks and trailers running up and down the highways. Since that executive order has been signed, we have all brand new equipment in the woods because the extra weight we're only looking at 5.5 tons per load. Many people say it's not a big deal, but 5.5 tons per load when you're hauling 100 loads a week, not using real numbers, but just if that 5.5 tons is $10 a ton, I mean, you're still looking at $20,000 a month, and there ain't many businesses that can survive to have to lose that type of revenue. So what happened if the order goes away, a business such as my own, we lose that revenue. So someone like myself who stepped out and bought new equipment to be more efficient or bought new trucks. I mean, we had old raggedy trucks, I'll be honest and say it. But now we have new trucks, which are safer on the highway, all because of that order. So every day I'm like, oh my God, I hope this order don't go away, because I done signed my name for all this, for this new equipment so I could be efficient and safe. So the real data is here. It's me sitting here. And I don't have to run to the question of fuel trucks. In 2019, I had 9 trucks running on the highway. Today, I only have 5 running on the highway, but we're getting the same tons across the scales to the wood yards. So it is fuel. It's hard to find drivers. It's very hard. And when I started, I used to tell my dad, I said, man, I want to be a logger. I want to be a logger. And my dad used to always tell me, he says, money in it the further you get away from the tree. Now I really see what he's talking about. You know, just honestly, I really see what he was trying to tell me. Because it seemed like the guy that, like myself, you're looking at someone who actually loads this weight every day that we're talking about. I run a log loader every day, 5, 6, sometimes 7 days a week. And when people out in the public hear more weight, as a loader man, I still cannot see the weight by looking at the load. It's not something that the public will not be able. I load trees every day. You cannot look at that truck and tell how much weight is on it. So the appearance won't change at all. And a lot of people hear, you know, more weight, but there's still rules and regulations. That log trailer that weight has to stay within the bolsters. So more weight don't mean going down the road, trees falling in the highway. You know, I'm just here to address to the public that more weight don't mean trees falling in the highway. We still have, you know, height variables that we have to follow, width variables. So as I load a load of logs to this day, I still have to ask my drivers when they come back, hey man, what you had on that load? You know, because you can't see it with the physical eye. So what we're talking about, it's a big deal. I get that, but the human eye can't see it. I promise you, if I could put 95,000 pounds on every load, I wouldn't have to be a logger. I'm being honest. It's hard to do. And just because the weight has been raised to 95, every load don't go out at 95. You know, you still have your 75 because different types of wood weighs different. So, you know, you can get into some pulpwood and you can put 95,000 pounds on that trailer if you wanted to. So I just want to get that in perspective with everyone. It don't mean that every load is going out of the woods at 90. I wish I could do that. Lord knows I'd probably be able to buy more new equipment, but it don't work that way. And so, and another thing to the bridges, you know, crossing the bridge. When we move on a track of timber, if there's 30,000 tons of timber on that track, and if the local government gives us the route to go across that bridge, well, those 30,000 tons are going to cross that bridge, whether it's 1 ton at a time or 30 tons at a time. So that same weight is going across that bridge before that track is finished, you know, and that's the point I'm trying to make. The bridge is going to have to bear that same weight regardless because it's the route that they gives us to go out. So at the extra tonnage, we can get that stuff across that bridge quicker and move on to the next place. And I'm just sitting here and I'm, like I said, I'm out of my norm. I'm a little nervous, but I just appreciate you all's time and, you know, just appreciate your support and just be mindful that it's really a big deal to already struggling business. And I thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. You're an inspiration.
Thank you,
We
sir.
enjoyed having you here
Thank
today.
you, sir.
We have a few questions for you. Ms. Anilowitz first.
Thank you. I am so glad you're here because your insight has been very valuable to us, and I'm very glad you're here. We were talking about. I pressed my button as soon as you started talking about the bridges because right now the bridges aren't posted during the executive order. They're going to be posted if this bill passes, and so you won't be able to go over some of these bridges. You'll have to detour. How would that impact your business, knowing that some of these detours could potentially be, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 miles?
Well, what happened then if, like, we have those problems right now. We can't cross every bridge right now, and we just have to reroute the trucks a different way. Now, in some cases, if it's rural areas, there ain't always another way to go. And then you have to just go through a special hoop of guidelines to try to figure out a way, or sometimes just can't cut the timber if there's no way out of it. So, and not being able to cut the timber, could be a problem within itself.
I would imagine
not
so,
having
yeah.
work. Yes, ma'am. But we face those issues right now, you know, daily, of having to go out safer route. And we like safer routes, because safer routes for the public is also safer routes for us. You know, we want to be safe as well.
Yeah, because
Yes,
I would
ma'am.
imagine the more bridges that are posted, the more alternate routes y'all are going to have to find.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your question. Yes, ma'am.
Number 16. Is that Mr. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McDowell, for coming here and be able to actually, it's not even just coming here, for being a pioneer in the industry, certainly that, you know, would benefit by seeing more of your efforts. Just a small question, if you don't mind. Your family, are you married, your children?
Yes, sir. That's my beautiful wife.
Where's she at? Raise her. Stand. Where's she
Kimberly.
at? Hide
Come on,
back
stand
there.
up. Stand there, let me see you.
Yeah.
Stand up. There you go.
And we have 6 children and 2 grandchildren.
That's really something. I like the fact that you wake up every day, and it's not just doing this necessary work, but you are really taking under a great deal of sacrifice to make
Yes,
sure
sir.
that, you know, you kind of don't cross certain bridges, and making sure with the loads that you're carrying.
Yes,
And
sir.
I think, and you know, I think that's really what you see here. I know you see on TV a whole lot of like Democrats, Republicans fighting,
Yes,
right?
sir.
It's good. We all agree in this room that you've done an excellent job to be able to really make the case for why logging industry needs to have those protections, or at least to continue to allow for you to travel there. And I think that I would just probably just impart to you that the biggest other side of it, it's not that any of us are against the trucking industry. You know, I think it's just, you know, we know that there's with an executive order that was good during the pandemic. And sometimes as our state kind of readjusts, we just want to make sure that for those like your 6 children and your wife and 2 grandchildren, that, you know, there will be no collapse on them as they're kind of driving through, and still get that going. And that's all I want to just tell you. Did a great job. Do you have YouTube on your phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you leave here, go and find the Georgia House of Representatives on that channel, and your family will be able to keep this as a keepsake of how you represented the industry so well today. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holly. Great comments. Whit Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDowell, appreciate your testimony. I got a question regarding the bridges, and it's more of a point as well. We learned this last year, and this is a learning curve for all of us, right? You know, I'm not a employee of GDOT, so having to learn this terminology and everything is different for all of us. But as I understand it, all bridges are posted. So you have bridges currently in your community that you can't travel over. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's right. So it depends on, as I understand it, I know Commissioner McMurray will clear this up later. Depending on how well the bridge is holding up, that's the amount of weight it'll carry. So the degradation of the bridge determines how much of a reduction there is. And the question that Representative Manilowitz asked earlier, I think it's enlightening. You recognize that there's a possibility if we increase this weight that there will be more bridges that have postings on them, so the weight will change. But you're willing to take that risk because it sounds to me that you can't do without this 95,000 pounds.
Well, speaking for my company, it has been a tremendous blessing to be able to get more done with less. It's hard to find good help. It's hard. So like I say, we done been able to cut back on the trucking and still be able to be successful. So it's really a big deal. And like I say, with the bridges, we dodge. I mean, we've been doing it every year. We can't cross certain bridges, so we're used to taking longer routes, you know, to keep from going on So the bridges won't really have to bear the extra weight in the rural areas.
Sure.
But however, in the main areas, the bridges are designed to carry more weight. So it won't be a big deal. But in the rural area, it's something we do every day. We have to take longer routes, and sometimes the routes are shorter. So it's not always a longer route. Sometimes not going over the bridge could be a shorter route.
So that's something you deal with already,
We've
having
been
to figure
dealing
a
with-
route out.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. If a
Okay.
bridge says, whether the weight is 95 or not, a lot of the bridges in the rural areas are 10-ton bridges, 20-ton bridges. We can't go across them. Even if you got 80,000, you can't go across.
That's
them.
right. I got a
So-
bridge right next to my church. You cannot drive across that with the legal limit right now.
That's right.
That's
So
right.
we deal with it. This is not something new to the industry. We deal with having to go around the bridges every day.
Sure. And then to a point earlier that was made, as I understand it, and just to, kind of inform the committee, the log industry in particular, the timber industry, you work off of quotas, right?
Yes, sir.
So to the point of, whether or not there's going to be more demand, the mills take X amount of pounds every day, every week, like routine, correct?
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
I mean, you don't see an increase, a significant increase, or when's the last time you've seen a significant increase where they're telling you they need twice as much wood?
Well, they would say it. Really, the mills are unpredictable, brother. I'm allowed to be on quota this week, and next week they tell me bring all I got.
That's right.
So it really changes day to day.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Good.
But if you look at it over a year, as the insurance guy said earlier, and I know it may sound kind of strange, but if you look at it over the year, you really do haul around the same average every
Right.
year.
And it probably varies for you because some other cutter or logger is not being able to produce so many loads, so you have to pick up the slack. Is that correct?
That's right. And weather plays a lot. Like now, it's raining a lot. The mills are like, hey,
Bring
call
it.
everybody you know, bring it on.
Bring it
You
on.
know, because we're not able to get in and out the wood. So it change. There's no set amount on it. And it, like I say, it changes day to day.
I want to reiterate what the committee's already said, Representative Manilowitz and Mario Hawley. Thanks for coming up here.
Yes, sir.
The reason we're up here, the reason we're on this committee, the reason we're serving is for people just like you,
Thank you.
that are working to support your family. And this is, in my opinion, this is somewhere we can actually make a difference.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you.
All right. And as I take my seat, I want to say thank you all for having me.
One more
Oh, okay.
question.
I'm sorry. I'm nervous. I'm trying to get out.
I know you are. You done great. You done a very good
I'm
job.
like-
Representative Mac Jackson there on the end.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDowell, thank you, as everybody's already said.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
for coming up, and we're so glad that things have turned around for you.
Yes, sir.
In
Thank
other
you.
words, I'm trying to tell you, God is good.
All the time.
And all the time,
All the time.
God is good. But I hear you saying that you were coming home and you had this, you kind of like a depression because you thought you wanted to get out of the business.
Yes,
But
sir.
the executive order was signed, you were able to do better, and you're doing better. Would it be safe to say then that you have a vision of adding more trucks if you can find more drivers and as things continue to go along?
Yes, sir. If I could find more qualified drivers, yes, sir. I would love to expand, but I will be honest and say I have, all glory to God, I have found a comfort zone and just try to stay in my lane for now, But if the opportunity, comes forth, I would love to. I mean, just the sky's the limit, brother. Just I'm open for whatever.
I understand.
Yes.
So in essence, what we're saying then, that with the increased weights, then we're going to have more trucks on the road as things begin to get better and better.
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't want to own one truck. I just like my guy said, it's a necessary evil. If I could park my 5 trucks, if you would buy 5 trucks today, and say you would haul my timber, I'll park my 5 if I see I can trust you to take that burden. I mean, I just truck because, I buy my own timber. I sell it to the wood yards.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to have my own trucks because contractor trucks with high fuel and high insurance, they can't, You know, they can't keep the trucks in the highway. And like I said, I'm at a comfort zone because I found a place where I can make money. And, you know, I'm not greedy. I started from nothing, okay? So I'm happy with where I'm at. Just, that's my opinion.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I wanted to hop off of Representative Jackson's comment. If nobody's willing to buy your chips, do you deliver chips?
Yeah, do I deliver chips?
If there's no customer, do you deliver chips?
If there's no customer?
No, logs. I'm sorry. Yeah, logs. Product.
Yeah,
right.
gotcha. If there's no customers?
So what I'm saying, this is supply demand driven. You have a demand to supply logs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you supply those logs. But if there's no demand available to you, then you don't supply the logs, right? This is just bear with me. I know you think I'm this.
I'm scared to answer,
here.
but
yeah.
I mean, I ain't gonna bag up in a corner. Hey, you got the floor. I'm listening.
So what I'm saying is that we continually hear this reoccurring theme through these conversations of there's going to be more trucks on the load or
Yes,
on the road. But the reason why there's more trucks on the road is because there's demand for the product in which it is you're delivering. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
So since that being the case, we have to start focusing on the fact that when we reduce these we increase these loads, we are going to reduce the trips because you're just meeting the demand that's available to you to meet. Correct? You're just supplying a demand. That's what you're doing.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I have right now.
How can I read?
Yeah, please.
But however, like the extra 5 and a typical load is 25, say 27 tons, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So if I can haul 5.5 tons per load and we load 20 loads a day, if I can haul an extra 5.5 tons, that's an extra 55 tons a day. So basically that's an extra 2 truckload of product that I can deliver by not having 2 more trucks.
But that's because you got somebody asking for 2 more loads of material, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
That's what y'all say.
I'm with you.
What I'm saying is you supply a product to people that are asking for you.
Yes,
for
sir.
it.
No doubt.
So this gives you the ability to be able to do that in less loads.
That's right.
That's really what this is the crux of what I'm
Yes,
getting
sir.
to. All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Mr. Carpenter, you're last.
I feel privileged. Okay, this is more of a comment than a question, but I think you're going to agree with me. We do a lot of things down here at the Capitol that we say is good for business, and it's usually big business. But I think my man here today is an illustration that this legislation will impact small business as much as it impacts big business. And I think that's what makes this legislation special. As you see right here, you got a man with 6 kids and 2 grandkids, and it's making him be able to take care of his 120 employees. And this ain't about the people with 1,000 employees in the room. It's about every single guy that does this. And I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for
Thank
being here.
y'all for
Thank your
having
wife for chaperoning you. Yes, you did. Okay, committee. This time thing's out the window. Due to your indulgence, I'm asking a lot of great questions, so don't worry about that anymore. Jake Matthews from Farm Bureau. And then it'll be Brian Tolar and then Chad Nimmer. Yes, sir.
Air conditioning turned on?
Jake, hit it.
All right, yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank y'all for letting me be here with you today. I'll try and be brief in the interest of time. I know there's a lot of other great folks here to speak to the issue. I'm here to represent Georgia Farm Bureau. We are a grassroots farm organization here in Georgia that represents over 240,000 members all across the state. It includes farmers, producers, growers of every single crop, commodity, livestock that's grown and raised in our state. Farm Bureau is in support of this piece of legislation. It's been something we've been in support of in previous years. We see it purely from an economic standpoint as putting us on even playing ground with other, even playing field with our neighboring
That's going to be on YouTube too,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I'll be able to save this clip for myself for future years. on an even playing field with other states. If you look at the map that I believe is probably in front of you, it's got all the other states and what their weights are. We just believe that we should be on the same ground as them. It's, like I said, an economic issue for us. This right here will directly benefit the bottom line of farmers throughout the state. We just heard about, the fact that this really is to help small business. 98% of farmers in Georgia, but all across the U.S., are family farms, and that's the fact of it. So really, this is something that'll help small business. It'll help a lot of different commodities as well. One piece I want to speak to real quick is the timeliness of farming. Weather is something that we have to contend with all the time. When you have bad weather coming in, it's important to get your crop up and out of the field in a timely manner. And so this is something that's going to kind of help in that regard. And so again, that's just kind of another component to add into the discussion. We would ask for your favorable consideration, and just again appreciate you letting us be here with you today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you bring up, exactly what Mr. McDowell did earlier, which is the reason in current code and in current legislation we recognize the value of ag and the importance of ag. And you bring up another new point with the weather-related challenges that go along with that, including getting logs out of the woods before it rains. I think that's why, I know we're not doing any adjustments, but there's this whole recognition in this bill that's been struck out on why we gave preferential treatment to ag for a good reason. And it might be a great thing to add the 12.5% there, which is a compromise from 95 down to 90, which I do appreciate the bill author doing, not at 95 anymore. But I think you do bring up, isn't it true, you bring up the fact that the farm and agriculture business really needs special recognition because of its locations in Georgia and its need for timeliness.
Certainly. The variance is an extremely important part to us, having the variance to begin with, but allowing to go to a higher weight is going to be better. I can't speak to other types of industries outside of agriculture on that.
You've spoken well about agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
See no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Brian Tolar, and you got Drew Watkins with you?
I do. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
All righty.
We'll just take the podium up here if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for having us today. It's an important discussion to have, and we're grateful that you're having it. We've been talking about this issue for the 23 years I've been around the state capitol, and so it's good to have this dialogue today, and great to have this great lineup of speakers, and I'm going to add one to it. You talk about agriculture and the importance in our state, and I want to feature a segment of agriculture that we enjoy every day, but it's a little different side of it. It's a $10 billion industry called urban agriculture. If you walk outside this building, you'll see our beautiful state capitol, and it has a beautiful landscape around it. Turf grass that was planted came from North Georgia, plant materials that come in by truck. Those materials were grown in rural areas and come into urban areas. If it wasn't for the urban areas, we wouldn't need the farms in the rural areas to supply those products for urban ag. So what I want to provide you today is a gentleman that is in the business of producing and moving sod products. And Drew Watkins is here, and he's going to come talk to you about his farm operation, Sunbelt Turf Farms, up in North Georgia.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you to Chairman Jaspers and the House Transportation Committee for your consideration of House Bill 189. My name is Drew Watkins, and I operate, along with my wife, who's not here today, we operate a 350-acre turf grass farm in Gordon County in Calhoun, Northwest Georgia. Proud to learn that Mr. Barton, who's not here right now, just stepped out, is of our area in District 5, is a member of this committee. The passage of House Bill 189 to increase the truck weight variance by 6,000 pounds would make us more efficient, bottom line. Our product is perishable. It's a perishable agricultural product. It can only sit on the pallet or the roll. We do pallets and big mega rolls for so long. There are times when we're getting a lot of rain, which we've just experienced this past January and again into February now, where the soils are saturated. They're just a little bit heavier. This causes sod to weigh more, obviously, and sometimes restricts what we can haul within the current limits. And we operate under the 80 to 84 threshold right now. We've not changed to the 95 since that was enacted by the governor. So Our customers in Atlanta and North Georgia still need to get sod when we're too heavy over the current limits. So we have to hold off on shipment, sometimes for a day or longer. This creates three problems for us. Number one, we may have to recut that load because the grass is spoiled on the pallet because we can't ship. When that happens, it's a total loss. It's a big waste. All the input costs, which we've heard and I can back up, are highly inflated over the last few years. Those are dead costs. Those are gone. That's the first problem that it causes when we can't ship. Number two, our customers in a bind because they need us to get the product to them. They've got a job to get done in their time frame, and they may have to go to another source to get their grass. That source may even be in a neighboring state where they can haul at a higher variance. We don't need Alabama turf grass coming into Georgia. We've got plenty of great turf grass here in our own state. And there are quite a few farms, if you look, right along the edges of our state line that service our state. So the third problem that causes, if we go ahead and ship what we can, it's a partial load. And that the freight cost and our efficiencies are just blown out of the water. So to echo again, qualified CDL drivers are hard to find. We need to maximize when we load up a truck, it needs to have as much grass on it as legally is allowed. The additional variance of 6,000 pounds will certainly help us be more competitive. And this added flexibility, this will help all sod farms in Georgia, not just ours. I serve on the Sod Producers Committee with Urban Ag Council, and I'm also on the board of directors for Georgia Crop Improvement. I know a lot of guys and folks that farm sod throughout the state. There's very wide support for this bill. So in closing, we have an opportunity here to create more efficiency for Georgia businesses like ours and be more competitive in this area with our neighboring states. My hope is for your support in furthering this bill, and I want to thank each and every one of you for serving our great state.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. How many employees does Sunbelt have?
We have 9.
9. I didn't think there were many.
We're
Y'all have
small.
a beautiful place
Well,
over
thank
there in
you.
Gordon
Thank you.
County. Do you have a question for him?
Thank
you. We don't have any questions for you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, Chad Nimber, Georgia Forestry Association.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you this afternoon and make a few remarks about the bill that you have in front of you for your consideration. I will tell you on the onset, it's a little odd to be on this side of the table. It's good to see a lot of my colleagues. I want to tell you I know everybody appreciates your service. You hear that comment. I'm not special, but I have worn your hat. I've sat in your seat. And I know that when tough issues come up, a lot of times you don't want to be there. But governing through tough issues to maintain and keep this state number one to do business, to keep its citizens safe, and the health of our infrastructure where it needs to be, that's why we're here. So I envy you for where you're at. I don't envy you for where you are at, but I trust that each of you are going to take deep consideration of all the testimonies that you'll hear today. As I said, my name is Chad Nimmer, in the timber business, but I don't look at this as just a timber bill. I'll be glad to answer questions related to how I can when I get through with my remarks about timber if you have them. My approach to talking to you about this may be a little different than what most have expected because of my timber background. I wanted to kind of look at it from an approach of this is a great place for us to be at in the state of Georgia today. The fact that we can come here and have this conversation, and many of us feel very confident that it is the right thing to do because of the great work from our Georgia Department of Transportation and their infrastructure intent and how they manage and maintain the roads in Georgia, and from our public safety and how they keep us safe. I think because of those two things and those two entities and their commitment to this state and all that we do in protecting its citizens, we have a great opportunity to also help the manufacturing aspect of this state. You know, for 9 years now, Georgia's been dubbed #1, and that's a lot because of the work and the policy and the creativity that each of you put into your time in the General Assembly. But that will go away if manufacturers can't move what they make. If they can't get it to a point of sale, whether you're manufacturing peanuts in a field, whether you're manufacturing some aggregate to go to a road job, whether it's timber that I'm manufacturing to get to a selling point. It's going to take creativity on this side as well. I thought about this bill a lot and moving goods, and I thought, man, over the past 15 years, I've seen a lot of debate and a lot of conversation. That time frame may not be exact, but I thought about how we move goods in this state. We do it by 3 ways. We do it by truck, we do it by rail, and we do it by boat. And I thought, man, we've come so far as a state. Our ports have been deepened so that we could take on bigger ships and enhance our business at the Georgia Port Authority. And they've done excellent work in cooperation with the state and federal governments and the leadership at that port. Our trains have gotten longer so that they can move more freight more efficiently on their trips. I commend that. They've done well. Yes, growing pains come with longer trains. Yes, growing pains come with deepening a port. Those aren't the topics I want to debate. But the 3 ways we move manufactured goods, again, are trucks, rail, and boat. So we've deepened our ports, we've lengthened our trains. And I look at this now, we've got a true, next month will be 3 years of solid evidence of the benefit of increased weight. Next month will be 3 years that this state has operated under an executive order with the ability to, but not the mandate to, go up to 95,000 pounds. There's times when it is not feasible to load to the maximum state law that you all create and put in the books. Sometimes you're going to load less based on where you are and the type of wood or peanuts or commodity, whatever it may be that you're manufacturing. It just might not be feasible to maximize, but the opportunity to get there, that does give businesses a relief on the number of drivers, on the number of trucks on the road. And I know I've heard the question up here a bunch about, well, if you reduce trucks and you become more profitable, are you going to grow your business? Well, the demand is going to grow for goods on its own because our population is growing. Regardless of the weight of the truck, that demand's going to be there. So if the weight stays down, the demand's going to grow because of population. That's going to be more trucks. So yes, trucks will decrease, but as that demand for goods increases, that freight going up and down the roads is going to increase. There's no way around that. The other side of an individual growing their business in our world in raw products, a lot of times is by attrition of another company not having a second or third or fourth generation to come in and take it over. They don't want to run that business. They find somebody to buy it, take it over. I'll use a Mr. McDowell and a Mr. Sanders sitting in the audience back here. Both are independent businessmen, run tremendously good logging operations. The way they would grow their business is if a mill had a producer supplying wood to it, and that mill saw that supplier was going to retire, shut their operation down. Well, they need that wood still coming in to function properly. Well, they may have the opportunity to expand. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's that many more trucks going into that mill. What it means is that individual's business grew because they were good businessmen and somebody else just retired. Now, I know we talk about families. I'm a father. I have 3 kids. I have one that's 16 traveling these roads. There's no way under the moon I would ever support something that I think would have a negative impact on my daughter and my son and my other daughter coming up. I wouldn't in clear conscience get up here, and I just think we're at a unique time because we have evidence now. This has been a topic that has been around for a long, long time. I think Mr. Toller said 23 years that he's been at the Capitol. This has been a topic. I had the privilege of sitting on and leading a study committee some years ago about this topic as we traveled around the state and had various meetings. And everybody on both sides of this topic brought really good points in, but we're at a place today that we've never been. We're at a place today that in 2015, this legislature made some bold moves and passed an unreal House Bill 170, an unreal funding mechanism for GDOT. And I think through their leadership and their diligence with that money, that almost, I don't know the exact number every year, it's somewhere around $1 billion new dollars of revenue. I think they've used that money wisely. I think they've gone in and we have the best roads in the nation. And I'm proud of what Georgia's done. I'm proud of the men and women that wear the badges and keep our roads safe. I'm proud of the rail and the ports, but now we've got one of the legs of the stool here that needs some help. And we've got good evidence now. I think we're in a unique position to complement it. I think this is one of these issues that we should truly all be on the same page and go, yeah, we've got some concerns, but we see it. We've got evidence of it. We've been doing this. The opportunity is there, and there's positive outcome from it. Y'all have had a lot of stats put in front of you. I've got probably everything that y'all have seen. Probably you've seen way more of these charts and graphs and different engineering firms and all the stuff. I don't want to bore you with that. You've read it. You've done your homework. I just want to tell you there's real benefit to this House bill. There's a real small business benefit to this House bill. There is a real benefit, I believe, to your household. Not just a small business, but to your household. I believe when you can help the cost of goods get into a shelf, it's going to help the consumer have a lower cost index because to get it there was more competitive. I've always believed this, and my son hears me say this on the phone when I'm talking to someone, and he challenged me on it one time. I'd rather not be challenged by y'all because my wit isn't near as good as yours, okay? But everything but a baby is delivered by a truck. Whether it's first mile or final mile, whether it came in. No, doctor, you cannot say a word on that one. But if you think about it, whether it's a commodity manufactured in a foreign land, put on a boat, brought to our fabulous ports, put on a rail, delivered somewhere to an inland port or wherever it may have gone, got off of that rail at a yard, put on a truck, an 18-wheeler, delivered to a store, and then ended up on a final mile truck delivered to your house in a nice little box on your front porch. That's how it works. That's what this bill's about. It's about manufacturing. It's about keeping Georgia the #1 state in the nation to do business. It's about telling all the people that this state for the past couple of decades has been recruiting, and now we're trying to retain their manufacturing investment they've put here, giving our Georgians jobs, letting our tax revenue grow, letting our people have a place to work and recreate and have money in this legislature to spend to enhance the way of life. I think we're at a unique place, and I don't envy the stress and the pull and the time and everything that you go through to serve this great state. But I hope you know from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. I respect it. And that's the one thing I would ask that you would do is those of us who are in the field every day, the Toby McDowells, the Harry Sanders, myself, different ones. Some of you may have trucks that your business relies on. I don't know everybody's background. But I would ask as a committee to respect those that are in the profession. We don't want anybody unsafe. Toby said it himself. Hey, I want my driver as safe as I want the citizens. I want my people to come home. I want my employees to come home. I think about their names at nighttime when I lay down. There's a difference when you are responsible for somebody's paycheck. It makes you view things a whole lot different. But, Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I don't want to belabor the point, and I don't want to bore you with the stats that you've already read. You know them. I would just ask that each one of you on this committee, and I know some of you are in precarious situations based on your constituencies and previous lives. But I would ask that you just take a deep thought about this vote, and I would ask that you would vote yes and support this House bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
22.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. You might not know the answer. I wish somebody would. They might be from the Port Authority was here. But so, how much weight are they hauling out of the Port Authority or ports? Do you know that?
I don't. I think there may be some exemptions or permits they can get for different loads, whether it be divisible or non-divisible. I think that's probably in this code section here. But to tell you what they haul on every truck, I wouldn't know the answer to that.
Okay. Does anybody know the answer to that question?
I believe they can have an exception of up to 100,000.
100,000.
But it's not. I believe you'll hear testimony about how often and when and such as that as we move on.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, appreciate you, sir. A great spokesman and a great business owner for the forestry industry, which once again, I'm going to quote my new favorite friend, which is Mr. McDowell on the further you get from the farm, the more valuable it is. I think many of us would rather give 15% to our ag business, which still brings them down from the 95 where they are now. He's really only getting 3 tons extra because currently he's at 84,000 pounds under current code. He'll go to 90, which is important and maybe a good compromise, but a lot of us would still like to see 1/5 of the trucks carrying that extra load and maybe even be more generous to ag. So whether we do or do not support this, it may depend on, there's another bill that could be out there as well to take care of ag and the unique things that have brought up by almost every speaker in favor of this bill of how unique Georgia's agriculture industry is and how neat and the fact that the wear and tear with 20 or 25% of the loads would be much less. But
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, may I?
Please, yes, sir.
And I appreciate that comment. I think my optic of this proposed legislation, I hate to use the phrase, all the boats come up with the rising tide, right? But in this case, it doesn't put you all in a position to where if you pick one industry, one commodity, then somebody else is coming back asking, hey, can you do it for us? You can handle this issue and be done with it. That's why I emphasize that I look at it as a manufacturing bill. Very little in my comments did I say anything about logging or ag products. But I do think it's the right thing for all trucks. I think it's the right thing for manufactured goods in this state to all have the opportunity to maximize their ability under their current equipment to maximize that payload capacity. I remember Chairman Robert Dickey making a comment several years ago about shipping peaches out from Mozilla and not being able to fill up a container truck, and that's unfortunate because of the weight. He would be unable to fill up a container truck. That truck's going down with the same height, width, length, regardless. And I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. We're not talking about any external dimension changes. We're talking about a weight change. Right, so your trees aren't longer, the load's not higher, it's not wider coming down the road. But I've always thought about, a load of peaches in a cargo van trailer, if you will, it's going to weigh a little bit more than a van load of Frito-Lay potato chips. And so they can fill theirs absolutely full and maximize based on the external dimensions of the state of Georgia in law to get to their next place. But a peach farmer in that case can't. Therefore, he's got to get kind of like the gentleman said about the sod farm, based on the moisture and the density and the contents that he's hauling. So, I like it for all. I like for everybody to have an even playing field.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, and by the way, I appreciate you explaining that demand part. You did it way better than me, so you can, obviously you're over here at some point. I have actually one comment here about this sheet that was provided to us with the states on it.
Can you show me that again so I get it right?
Yeah, this one right here.
Okay. Yes, sir.
It shows 11 states on here. It lists the different weights. And then I got myself in trouble, started reading the fine print. And the fine print says map above shows the base weight of 80,000 pounds plus the agricultural variance or tolerance. So does the weights that are provided on this, that's not across the board, it's only in agriculture or what? Oh, that's just for South Carolina? Or is that for all states? Okay. So in that case, do you know how many states just do all trucks versus just, these that are listed in lines 20 through 32? I mean, do you follow my question?
Yeah, I think I do. I think every state, there may be some of the states that mirror like rule, but some states have their own rule to get to the maximum weight that they're at posted here. Like if you'll read, I don't know, South Carolina, 90,000 pounds, but you've got to have a bulk agriculture permit. And if you look in Georgia, it says 84, well, it's 80,000, but that's with the 5% variance, and thereon you can go around. But so I think each one of them's a little different. Maybe to Mr. Newton's point, like a South Carolina is just for certain products.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to push back, but that's not the way I read this. It says map above shows the base weight of 80,000 pounds plus not South Carolina. If you look at the asterisk followed underneath with bulk agriculture permit. So that's what I'm saying. It's to me, it's a little confusing.
Mr. Chairman.
We had a question here.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, not break your rules of your committee, but could I throw a lifeline out right now?
No, please. I'm just curious. It seems like a legit question.
Because that's a great question. I'd like for Mr. Thomas to have his answer if you're okay with it.
Sure.
Maybe anybody behind me want to volunteer to answer that question?
Russell?
Not that close behind.
Okay. Hey, Commissioner McMurray, this question is going to be coming to you here in a little bit. All right.
We got Andres coming up.
So,
could you answer?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to provide some information. I'm actually going to use my lifeline, if I may, to Dustin Key. She's our policy analyst at Georgia Forestry Association. She has her master's from the Warnell School of Forestry and Forest Policy, and she's looked into this question today across the Southeast. The answer is it depends. There's a lot of variability based on state, based on commodity, and based on permit. Some of them are using permits, some of them aren't. So, Dustin, anything what do you need to add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me adjust this. Yeah, so I did not expect to be a lifeline today, but I did help construct this map. And to answer your question, that map is for forestry and ag variances for each of these states. However, I built this map before we developed the coalition, so we haven't quite been able to get through seeing what the other states would be like for all of these other coalition members we've added that represent other industries other than ag and forestry. However, I did get some way through it and can tell you a good overview of that. So there is a lot of variety between states. As you know, every state has different industries. I can speak from forestry, being from a forestry background. But for example, Louisiana has a big sugarcane industry, which I cannot relate to being in Georgia. But they specifically have a permit to haul up to 100,000 pounds for sugarcane. So there's a lot of detail in there, depending on these states, very specific industries that they have. And I would be happy to continue to look through this. There's just kind of a lot to build out there, but it really does depend on the state and what they have in their legislation there. To my knowledge, I have not seen a bill where a state has particularly done what we're trying to do here, where it's all in one. But to the earlier point, they've had to go back and add each of these variances to their bills, which has caused, going through this whole long process again and again to add these specific industries that are important to their state that they did not add in that first bill there. So I hope that answers your question well enough.
Okay. Number 7, Carpenter. Hold on, get you there. You go.
There, we're live. Okay, Mr. Nimmer, such a fancy day to see you here. You were around for House Bill 170, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I thought so.
You see scars?
Yeah, I felt like it. Was there a tax that was put on tractor trailers, a tag fee, if you will, in that bill? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't remember, but I think the author of that bill may be sitting in the.
I can probably answer it for you. Yes, there was
Okay.
actually.
Yes,
and
there was.
there's a county in Northwest Georgia, Whitfield County actually, that pays a lot of tag fees for tractor trailers. Would you agree with that?
The gentleman knows what he speaks of.
I think that this particular county, in fact, probably pays more tractor trailer tag fees than anybody else in the state of Georgia. So to exclude manufacturing from this bill would not really match up the fees with the expenditures and the fairness in the state of Georgia. So I think House Bill 170 was a very difficult bill for Northwest Georgia to swallow, and I think to exclude them in a truck weight bill would be disrespectful at best.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, if I may make a comment there, Mr.
Please,
Carpenter.
yes, sir.
I think I'm getting myself mixed up now. Mr. Newton, I think you had asked about the different commodities earlier, and I was just going to point out, I think that sheet that Mr. Thomas was referencing, if you look up at the top, I think there's 28 or 30 cooperators that have signed on to this, and I don't know each and every one of them, but I see stuff like the auto haulers, and there's something there with a little grocery cart, so I'm sure that's not a load of wood or a roll of carpet, but a lot of different people that haul a lot of different goods in this state have recognized this to be of very much importance. Different businesses and associations, and I also want to just say I think y'all have a copy of this, but a lot of those businesses took time to write letters of support explaining their position on this particular House bill. And I want to say I know this hour's getting late, and I know Mr. McMurray and his friends are anxious to get up and talk, but I will say that just from a personal standpoint, y'all heard me ask you. I didn't just tell you I agree with the bill. I asked you for your vote, and I mean that genuinely. But I want you to know that companies that are in business today, they will not be in business. Hear me when I tell you, they will not be in business if they're running trucks and they are bad actors, because I think we have the best public safety department in the nation. They will make you better if you allow them. They will help you and show you how to grow a fleet and do it the right way and be safe. And I just want to go on record with that, Mr. Chairman, that for the 60 years that our company has been in business as a family-owned business, we have always tried to work to get safer in every aspect of everything we do in our jobs. Nothing's more important than our men and women going home every night in better condition than they got to work.
Thank you, Mr. Nimmer. Okay, committee, you're good.
Is that- okay.
You're
Thank you.
done.
Yes, sir.
Johnny Chastain, raise your hand. He brought some water. And we appreciate you, new representative. Now, somebody just sent me a text. Well, does the other side get 2 hours? Well, of course they will. Whoever sent that. You know, and so what we're going to do, we're going to take it just to stand up, stretch your legs for a minute. Mr. Chastain, bring the water up, and we'll get started with those against in just a minute. I know.
got good laughs.
All right, now if you're sharing cookies, you got to be thinking about this. Everybody, okay. All right. Thank you, sir, for bringing chocolate. You know, committee, thank you for being a great committee, and we sure appreciate it. We were talking in our office yesterday, what a great bunch of folks you are, and taking time to hear both sides of a very important issue. Now we're going to do it for the folks that are in the opposition. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we'll start off with Demetrius Kauser from the Georgia Municipal Association, and then Kathleen Bowen from ACCG.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, appreciate y'all for this time. I had a mayor of a small town of about 700. He was going to come up here and join me and give testimony, but like many of y'all, he wears many hats, from Public Works Commissioner, firefighter, and local official. But he'd implored me to adhere to the 5 B's. Be brief, brother, be brief. And so, by way of introduction, my name is Demetrius Kauser. I'm a government relations associate and attorney at the Georgia Municipal Association. And like our friends at the Georgia Department of Transportation and ACCG, GMA is opposed to House Bill 189, and for 2 primary reasons: municipal infrastructure and public safety. And so we understand that heavier trucks will shorten the lifespan of city roads, and most cities do not equip their budgets to deal with excessive roadway repairs, and those costs will likely be borne by the local taxpayers. And so in essence, heavy trucks traversing city roads will likely be able to do so and inflict more damage while local taxpayers subsidize the cost. Also, navigating these narrow city streets not only pose risk to city roads, but they pose risk to other drivers, pedestrians, truck drivers themselves, and historic municipal buildings. In one instance, in 2021, it took a loaded log truck 4 football fields, 400 yards to come to a complete stop, but not before slamming into the Talmadge Bridge in southeast Georgia. And so in conclusion, GMA isn't anti-industry nor anti-business. In a balanced state of affairs, city officials must adhere to and attend to the public safety needs of their residents while expending municipal dollars, to local taxpayer dollars, to maintain critical infrastructure. And because this bill will jeopardize both significantly, GMA stands in opposition to House Bill 189. Mr. Chairman, that concludes, and I yield for any questions.
Thank you, Demetrius. You can tell your friend, the mayor of 700, that you did a good job.
I appreciate
you. Did what he said. Any committee members have a question for Demetrius? I see none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Bowen, ACCG.
I hope you didn't save all the questions for me, but. Okay, I'm Kathleen Bowen here on behalf of ACCG, and I have with me the Lamar County Commissioner, Nancy Thrash, and Jason Tinsley, the Upson County Manager. So I'm going to fly through this. I believe you have it in your handouts, but why does ACCG care about this, and why do your local governments speak to you about this? It's because we own and maintain over 80% of the roads in this state, and we have over 8,000 bridge structures that we're responsible for. So transportation is very important to our counties. They used to be called the Commissioners of Roads and Revenue. Okay?
I believe you're leaning on our...
Okay, I'm going to keep going. Most counties are built for 56,000 pounds. We have over 1,300 bridges posted in this state, and most of those are on our local bridges. GDOT inspects all these bridges at least once every 2 years, and then the Georgia Department of Public Safety's Motor Carrier Compliance Divisions are the ones that enforce the truck weights. I wanted to highlight a couple things that are different from the current law, the governor's executive order, and what this bill does. You see there at the top the list of the commodities that are getting this 5% variance now. Current law also restricts the mile radius for most of these commodities as well. The governor's executive order does allow these those that are responding to the state of emergency to go up to 95,000 pounds, but there are guardrails in place for this executive order. It is a permitted process and it is limited in its scope. House Bill 189, I've been telling people, sorry to my friends in the back, but it's a free-for-all. This is not, there's no guardrails. It is not limited to the commodities that will be able to go up to this new weight limit. It is all 5-axle commercial trucks, as you've heard from previous testimony. So why does ACCG oppose it? It shortens the life cycle for our roads and bridges. Counties are struggling, as is, to maintain our transportation network, given inflation costs and our limited budget. The federal DOT rate is 80,000 pounds. That means that these trucks we're talking about today are not on the highways. They're on your local roads and bridges. There are also, we've talked about the bridges a lot, and I know GDOT will go into more details about that. That's all I had. I do want to bring up Commissioner Nancy Thrash, and then we'll pause for questions at the end of her presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to come and speak to you today. My name is Nancy Thrash, and I'm a commissioner in Lamar County. I'm here today to strongly oppose this legislation to increase truck weights on local roads and bridges. These massive trucks will be going through my local community, the very places where our families live, work, and play. In my county, logging is a big industry, but the weight increase this industry is asking for is unsustainable. Rural counties have a hard time keeping our roads maintained due to budget constraints and inflation cost. Our rural county roads cannot sustain the same weight limitations the state and interstate highways allow. A few years back, we paved Silver Dollar Road, which was 3.92 miles in my district, at a cost of $350,000. Approximately 1 year later, a logging truck completely destroyed the newly paved road. We currently have Silver Dollar Road on the paving list to completely resurface at a cost of over $600,000. This road should have had a longer life cycle. Zebulon Road links Lamar, Pike, and Spalding counties and is heavily traveled by commuters and residents. The bridge on Zebulon Road has a weight limit of 22 tons. This means fire trucks, garbage trucks, and other types of trucks cannot cross this bridge. The inconvenience of a posted or closed road is one thing, but when law enforcement and your first responders can't reach you timely, that is completely another. The voters in Lamar County passed our first T-SPLOST. This is dedicated money for our roads and bridges, mainly for resurfacing projects. Should these weight increases be allowed, my promises to my constituents to pave their roads will be broken promises because the T-SPLOST funds will have to go to repair the damages the heavier trucks will cause. On behalf of Georgia rural communities and our taxpayers, I beg you, please oppose any legislation that would raise truck weights on our local roads and bridges. And I'll end with this. If this bill passes, I guarantee you that local government officials like myself and you, as members of the Georgia General Assembly, are going to get more calls from citizens complaining about closed bridges, potholes, and road conditions. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Do we have any questions?
I thought you had another
Do you want to
person.
speak, Jason?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Jason can answer all the questions too. There you go.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Kathleen. I'm Jason Tinsley. I'm the county manager of Upson County, actually neighboring to Lamar. It's good to see a lot of friends behind me and in front of me. I just really want to simply echo some of the sentiments that Kathleen shared. I think limited resources is an understatement when it comes to places like Upson County. We take our transportation infrastructure pretty seriously, and we're really dedicated to maintaining and updating it. We work very closely with our forestry industry. We appreciate them, and we try to find every way we can to say yes to them. To our ag community, it's the same response. I make, and you can maybe even ask Representative Meeks. I've stood on his farm at another community trying to find a way to say yes to him. And we have a number of industries in Upson as well, so I don't think we can be any friendlier to the business community as a whole for a rural county than we are. So this is just a tall ask for us, so just understand that we're very limited with resources. We're very careful how we deploy those resources, and if this were to increase and affect us negatively, we would be looking for help for ways to try to mitigate it. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay. Okay, I think there's a number of lights, and
Okay.
we'll have to see who it's for
Okay.
as we move through. So first was Vice Chairman Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very quick question. I hear you saying the ACCG is opposed to this bill, but we all have on our desks in a packet some document that says that ACCG is taking a neutral position. So can you help us understand why you say you're opposed, but then this is neutral, and what does that mean?
That didn't come from me, and that did not come from our association, so I don't know what that is.
It has several county commissioners signed it.
Okay, so we had a vote this summer,
Mhm.
a very robust conversation about should ACCG change our position. And we had some county commissioners who brought an amendment to our policy position asking us to change our position. We had about 20 county commissioners sign on to that. That might be what you're looking at. They signed, that's probably it. Yeah, we had about 20
Yeah.
counties that signed on asking us to change our position. Should it go up to, what was it, 95,000 or 90,000 pounds? They tried to get our position changed with that amendment, but our membership voted that amendment down and overwhelmingly voted that amendment down. But yes, we have county commissioners sympathetic to the logging industry. Absolutely, we do. But this bill is not just about the logging industry.
Right. Do you know how many would have had to have voted for the amendment for it to have passed?
Well, every county has a vote.
Okay.
So it would have had to been, the majority would have had to vote
Okay.
for that amendment. It only took 5 commissioners to bring an amendment, and you see we
Okay.
got more than that.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. So thanks
So
for clearing that up.
ACCG is opposed, but we did have some of our members try to get our position changed.
Okay.
We
Thank
had
you.
very robust debates about this. Yes.
Okay, next would be Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. In your presentation, you made some references to guardrails on the executive order. Could you kind of expound on that for me a
Well,
little bit?
it's the fact that the executive order is a permitted process. This weight increase is not a permitted process. It also limits the type of trucks that are allowed to get that permit. But Department of Public Safety is here. They can probably answer that when they present.
I'll hold it for them. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Mr. Corbett. Oh, you wait, okay. Mr. Burchett, you wait? Commissioner. Let's see. Mr. Newton, number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned the 80,000 pound, or one of you did, on the 80,000 pound limit on interstates, which seemed to be really well constructed. Is there a reason that state roads and county roads should be able to handle higher weights than our interstates? And second part of the question, I guess, is if they can't, or if they are allowed, but not on the interstate, won't they selectively have to get on our state and county roads and stay off the interstates if they're above the 80? And I guess we're losing the 5% variance. Well, I guess, never mind.
Okay, I can't speak to federal policy, but I'll say, if you look at the history of weight changes in the state, it's been different commodities that have come to the General Assembly and asked for higher weights and asked for that higher variance. So they had good lobbyists back then. Or also, but yes, they have to stay, they're on the county, if they're coming out of the woods, they're taking the shortest route to the state route, and then they're on the state routes. They're not, probably more on the state routes than on our local roads. But I think GDOT will probably be able to answer some of that.
So they're not allowed on the interstate?
They're not
if
allowed on the
above. Okay.
interstates. Correct.
Next to you there, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for being here today. I'm surprised to see you here, but I'm glad to see it. Question for you. We've had a lot of folks come up from local government talking about taxes are going to have to rise. And my question to you would be, I know every community is different, but would it be fair to say that industry pays in a significant amount of taxes in each community?
You want me to say yes? Yes, but I didn't say taxes are going to raise. I'm saying you're going to have to get comfortable with poor road conditions. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Profitable industry would be able to pay more in taxes to offset the road damage, maybe?
You're here.
We already tax industry. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes, thanks. So my response to that would be yes is the simple answer, but the complicated answer is most of the newer industries and some of the existing as they expand are exempted from taxes in rural areas. So, you know, when I talk about support for all the industries I mentioned before, we don't just meet them at their place and say, how can we help? I mean, we incentivize them pretty heavily. So and some of the folks that are representing those people are in this room. So they get a lot of incentives from Upson County. So
that's a fair argument.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Mr. Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Bowen, for always providing us with a big view of it. I just wanted to highlight, I know, and thank you for clearing it up for us, that for what we have here, the signatories here for the 90,000 pounds, I saw about 19 signatures there for when it was for 90,000 pounds, and of the 19 signatures, it's roughly, it's exactly at 16 counties that signed on to this. When you said that you put another measure up there before them for 95,000, and that for all of them who voted on it, they signed off on it. How many counties are represented for those that said no to the weight increase?
So it was a blind vote. We don't know how counties voted.
Okay.
And our conference this year was canceled because of the hurricane. It was supposed to be on Jekyll Island right when the hurricane was happening.
Yeah.
So we had to have a whole different process of how we do our votes. So I can't tell you how counties voted because it was a blind vote.
Okay. So it's just, but
the majority of our members
right.
voted against that amendment that you see there.
Majority, generally speaking.
Majority
all
rules.
159.
159 counties. Fulton County had just as much vote as a Taller County did. I mean, so, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Taylor, Chairman Taylor. Oh. Well.
Thank you,
didn't like
Mr.
my
Chairman. Just a couple things. I know we really appreciate new businesses that we get in the small rural communities, but we do give them quite a few tax breaks. And I think even manufacturers. But my big concern is what I've seen in my county with the change that we've had temporarily for the last couple of years. Two counties, and both counties have serious conditions where they've come off the main roads and used our back roads. I've got bridges out, and I've got roads that you can't hardly take a school bus down. And it is the overuse by these big trucks that have now taken this route instead. So I do see this as a hardship for rural counties, and it'll be hard to overcome it. So my counties are against it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Corbett.
I guess my question would be, I don't know if you can answer, Kathleen, or the gentleman from Upson County. When we build a county road, do we use the same design standards specifications as we do when we're doing a state road? Is it built with the same base to hold the same weight? Or we're building more road with less? I'm just asking. I mean, is it the same
I think
standard?
GDOT's presentation goes into that, so we should probably just wait for them to give you an engineering answer.
Okay, Mr. Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kathleen, thank you for your testimony. Always good to see you. And you and I are good friends, and I'm not going to go in on very many questions here, but I do want to say to Chairman Corbett's point, would you say, I'm a county attorney, so I have a little bit of insight here, so I'm going to ask you a loaded question. Would you say that counties with their tax funds, I mean, county commissioners are a lot of times, the commissioners over roads and bridges. That's like their biggest, point. And to Chairman Taylor's point, is that's what you hear. You hear, roads are, potholes in roads, can't travel because water's coming onto the road from somebody's ditch or something like that. But would you say that counties, they try to get the most mileage out of their paving versus beefing up the design of their road bed? Is that typical or is that non-typical?
I know how you want me to answer, but do you want to? A county manager has to make this decision with his budget, so let's let him answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, and the simple answer is both. So we do have roads, especially that surround some of our larger industries that could be 40, 50 years old. So then when we redo them, we re-engineer them. But if it's a rural road, which is mostly rural residential or potentially even ag residential as we call it in our zoning ordinance, we would just resurface the road that was built 50 years ago, not to what you would call standard today. So I think it just depends, really.
Well, thank you for that answer. I want to kind of expound on that. I see my friend Jay over here, Jay Roberts, and he calls me the man from the land of the trembling earth. So where I am is near the swamp, and those type of conditions, soil conditions, also play into how you design these roads, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So if you got a county commission that they have $600,000, and don't check my math on this, Mr. Commissioner, but if you have $600,000 and I can get 5 miles of paving with 1.5-inch binder and 1.5-inch paving versus doing 8 inches of GAB and then 3.5 inches of binder and 3.5 inches of paving, where I'd only go a mile. Usually it's a political decision whose roads needs paved worse and who's screaming the most. Is that true?
So as a manager, I try to take the politics out of those decisions, but sometimes they are political, yes.
Well, very, 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 very appreciative of you all. We giving testimony here. We understand that this is a tough issue for locals, and I think that's why you have a split within your local counties here, is because we're weighing out two competing interests here, like infrastructure versus business. And I would submit to the committee that our role as government is to grow with industry. So if industry is growing, and if industry is growing with trials and tribulations of not having drivers, not having a workforce, needing to still deliver these things, that we have to grow both counties and state government to continue to be the #1 state to do business in the country. That's my submission to the committee, and appreciate you again, Kathleen.
There is still another question, Ms. Kathleen.
Okay. I'm here every day, y'all. I will talk to you every day. Let's let some other people speak.
We know and love that. Our caucus chairman, Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm on. Thank you, Chairman. We have referenced the gentleman from Upson County, and a member referenced tax breaks for the locals. I'm assuming they're talking about ad valorem tax breaks designed to bring in new industry and new jobs into the county. But isn't that true that those tax breaks that's a local decision being made to offer those property tax breaks, which are ultimately phased in?
Well, some are, but there was a constitutional amendment last year that gave an industry a break on their property ad valorem taxes. So that was a statewide decision that the citizens supported. So we don't always have control over what tax breaks are given.
But is it not true that when you're attracting manufacturing, the vast majority of most counties' ad valorem tax rolls comes from property taxes in the desire? Most of the time the desire is to attract businesses. In order to do that, oftentimes local governments make the decision to phase in the property taxes, not forgive them, but phase them in order to grow jobs and bless the families in those local communities.
Correct.
Is that not true?
Correct. You're weighing the pros and cons of that, yes.
So I just want to clarify that there's no forgiveness of taxes. It's you're recruiting manufacturing jobs in particular, or highly desirable, high-paying jobs into the counties. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
And lastly, Mr. Whip.
Kathleen, I almost forgot something.
Okay, let's hear it.
You and I worked on a piece of legislation together. What the legislation did was to the roads for the counties, these loggers. Tell me what they had to do to be able to log, and what did we do to raise the burden on them so that they were doing right by the community? Can you tell me what that bill did?
You know what it did, but I'll tell you what it did. So a county can pass a resolution requesting that loggers in their community have a bond, and it's a $5,000 bond that can be called if a logger damages the county road. But it's limited, and they can come up on the road and get straight, and you could call the bond on that section of the road, but most counties never call that bond because $5,000 does squat.
Well, but point is that we did work on that, and the point is that they have the opportunity. Whether or not they take the opportunity is up to the commissioners. Pass the resolution and impact the bond, and you also have action toward these loggers. So you can take legal action if you see someone as just being negligent and totally damaging the road. I can give you for instance, down in Waycross, Georgia, when we widened 84. That was a state job, right? So we were taking dirt. You probably remember this, Mr. Commissioner. We were taking dirt off private land, but we're driving on a county road. Well, the heavy dump trucks and the volume of dump trucks completely just deteriorated the road. And what happened was the department said, you got to fix it. And they fixed it. And so we have that opportunity, if these folks are bad actors, to Representative Chad Nimmer's point, you can seek action against these folks that are bad actors. Can you not?
For those that are coming on and off their land for logging, there is a limited amount of enforcement and fines, whatever you want to call it, that could be levied, yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Kathleen. I appreciate you.
Did you know the Georgia Forestry Commission won an award for that legislation you carried?
We should have
Yes.
You should have.
Okay, can
Good
I
for
sit
you.
down now, please?
Hey, thank you, Miss
Thank you.
Kathleen. What's he say? Oh. Okay, next is Mr. Steve Owings from Road Safe America, and then it'll be Mr. Ben Tarbutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My wife and I got drafted into the truck safety area in the most tragic of ways. After a wonderful Thanksgiving visit home from our sons in 2002, they headed back to college in Virginia the Sunday after Thanksgiving. They almost made it. Sunday after Thanksgiving is frequently the busiest traffic day of the year. They came to an earlier crash that had caused a traffic jam, and the traffic slowed to a crawl and then stopped. Tragically, behind them was a fully loaded tractor-trailer truck. Coincidentally, it was speeding at 12% over the speed limit in Virginia on that road. The trucker couldn't stop in time. It slammed into the stopped cars, and our firstborn child died in the arms of his little brother and best friend. Our lives have not been the same a single day since that day. And we don't want any other Georgia family to live every parent's worst nightmare. Now let me give you some some background. Well, some additional facts. Georgia is and has been for years among the 5 worst states in terms of fatalities and crashes involving big trucks. That's a big reason, I'm sure, that the insurance rates are high in Georgia. Georgia's a bottleneck state. An awful lot of trucks have to come through here, not even considering the ports. But you add the ports to that geographic fact, and we've got a lot of trucks on our roads. We're always going to have lots of trucks on our road. That number of trucks is going to increase with the gross national product every single year. And that's a fact. Another fact I want to share, so my point there is Georgia's got a problem with the safety of big trucks in our state. Another fact is the Commercial Vehicle Safety Association, which is an association of the 50 states enforcement communities for big trucks, has what they call road check every 6 to 8 months, I guess. And during a 3-day period in May 17th to 19th this past year, they inspected over 33,000 big trucks in our country. 24% of those trucks were taken out of service. That means the inspector judged that truck to be too dangerous to drive another foot before it could be repaired. Overwhelmingly, the number one reason was brakes not working properly. 38%. Number 2, at 18%, were tires that were bald. So we got a problem in Georgia with big trucks. The national fleet of trucks are not being maintained well from a standpoint of how quickly they can stop. And that, my friends, is the only issue in truck safety. The question is always, how far does this truck need to stop safely in an emergency? That is the only question. There are 2 factors that affect that: speed and mass, or weight. Talking about increasing the weight 12% permanently across the board in this state, I got to tell you, I'm just a citizen. I'm a father and a grandfather. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts, because what you're talking about is the equivalent of introducing a bill that says, let's let all of our biggest trucks, which are, from a physical standpoint, they're obviously the hardest to stop and the most dangerous potentially, let's let those vehicles drive 12% faster than all the little cars. Physically, from a physics standpoint, that is exactly the same thing. They won't be able to stop in the same distance. My family and I started Road Safe America 20 years ago to do something about the lack of truck safety in this country. We've worked with numerous safety-conscious trucking companies across those 20 years. I've been the chairman of the Motor Carrier Safety Advisory Committee for 2 years in Washington. We've worked with the industry to find common cause and common solutions. This is a step potentially in exactly the wrong direction. If anything, we should be finding ways to make big trucks safer in Georgia. This will make them less safe, demonstrably less safe. Georgia's a wonderful state. I love it. I've lived in it all my life. I grew up in Augusta. I went to college in Athens, and I've lived in Atlanta for forever. I love it, and I'm proud that it's the best state to do business in. There's no reason we can't be the safest state to do business in and to live in. What happened to my precious son can happen to any of you anytime. He was a sitting duck. Don't let it happen. I urge you in the strongest possible terms, reject this crazy idea.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. I was looking at your website, and we are all, if you look at it, it's beautiful, your family, and we're certainly sorry for the loss of your son.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Any members have any questions? Hearing none, thank you. Thank you for being here. Ben Tarbutton from Sandersville Railroad.
We can mess things up if I put this down. Can I close it?
Oh, yeah, it didn't bother. No, okay. You're good, Ben.
I'm Ben Tarbutton, Sandersville Railroad, Sandersville, Georgia. It's a family-run business. We've been in business since 1893, and sometimes it feels like I've been railroading 130 years. But I want to just give a quick thanks to Chairman Jasper and the committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. I'm going to start off my remarks by borrowing one from Yogi Berra. It's deja vu all over again. And the push is on because the Georgia Forestry Association knows that an executive order that was created during the pandemic is short-term in nature. And the logging industry was uniquely able to easily take advantage of the increased weights because their trucks already had the capacity to go from the legal limit of 84,000 pounds to the executive order weight of 95,000 pounds. You will hear two things this afternoon from the Georgia Forestry Association, and you've already heard people have spoken to these. First thing you're going to hear is there have been no ill effects to roads and bridges or other industries in the state from the executive order. What I love about you, our citizen legislature, is that you are business folks. And like me, you're mostly small business folks. And there is no business in the state of Georgia that would be able to justify the acquisition of new equipment under a short-term executive order. So that is why the Georgia Forestry Association is joined by an additional 21 associations, basically covering every industry in the state of Georgia in an effort to get this bill passed. When the full force of these 22 associations members start buying bigger trailers to haul this additional weight, then and only then will you see the 100% effect of these 90,000 pound trucks damage to Georgia's roads and bridges and to other industries like mine. And Dr. Newton has already pointed out that. And as a side note, if the executive order increasing truck weights to 95,000 pounds, as I've been told, was no big deal, then why is HB 189 for 90,000 pounds? I don't get that. When we were here last year, one of the reasons given to increase truck weights was to alleviate the truck driver shortage. And on behalf of the 24 short line railroaders across all parts of Georgia, I just want to go on record and say that is a falsehood. Increased truck weights in Georgia will just take freight from all railroads and put it on the highway, increasing the number of trucks on the road. I haul tree-length hardwood logs and wood chips by rail, and it is a very competitive business. If this bill passes, I will lose all the log car business. I will lose all of it. And I estimate half of my wood chip business because all of my moves are what we call short haul moves. That will lead to layoffs at the wood chip plant and at my railroad. Why is this body picking winners and losers? What am I supposed to tell the employees and their families? Number two, the second argument you will hear this afternoon from the Georgia Forestry Association is we've got to have increased weights to be competitive with other states. And you know, I hate it when someone wants to take something from someone else and not pay for it. In 2021, the Georgia Forestry Association was advocating the increased truck weights, and they were all about adding a sixth axle, just like Alabama. But now they have dropped that idea and just want to get the weight increase. And what about the safety trade out? Is it a coincidence that Georgia has the lowest rural fatality rate per vehicle mile traveled in the Southeast? I don't think so. Now listen, I have a lot of friends and customers over on the other side of this thing, and a lot of logging companies have a tough time. But I would recommend this body to focus on something that could really help loggers for the long term, like tort reform. The yearly insurance premium hikes faced by truckers and loggers is the most devastating part of doing business. And I know a little bit about it because I was in the trucking business for a long time. I have a logging friend in Washington County that closed up shop after a trucking accident and a $10 million verdict. There is no small business in the nation that can withstand that kind of nuclear verdict. With Georgia ranked 50th out of 50 states by the American Tort Reform Association, I think a tort reform effort by this legislature is the real opportunity to help all small businesses in Georgia. Lastly, several weeks ago, I was told by someone on the other side of this issue that they were tired of talking about increased truck weights and that our coalition should cut a deal and compromise. And I thought about that conversation, and it reminded me of what I see every morning when I walk into the depot at the Sandersville Railroad. I see a big banner that says safety first. It's my responsibility to make sure every employee I have goes home to their family. I take that very seriously. HB 189 makes Georgia roads less safe, tears them up quicker, and leaves the bill for all Georgian taxpayers to pay. I urge you to vote no, and I want to thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Tarbutton. You have a question, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben, thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony. Just one quick question. Is it not true that Anderson Road in Sandersville off Highway 242 is still in need of repair because of the damage done by big trucks?
Absolutely, it is. It's been completely destroyed.
And is it not further true that the county commissioners of Washington County are not in favor of this bill?
Absolutely. That is very true. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Number 16, Mr. Holly. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ben. Remember coming out for this past year for the transit conference talk and being able to explain to folks the value of the short line rail and the necessary need to be able to access a lot of the truck weights. I was curious from a personal standpoint. I know that you've had to, certainly because you operate in industry, in the timber industry, and having to be able to make adjustments, through a pandemic, that none of us could foresee. But, we knew that, things that in order for this state to still remain the number one, that there had to be adjustments there. Did you foresee that those adjustments would be made to continue after the pandemic has subsided and to go forward in perpetuity, just, on into the future? But could you foresee that actually being applied for, adjustments? Would you find that adjustments would also, if they were made to the local counties, to be able to access maybe, some funds in perpetuity. Would that be fair to allow that for that, in your mindset?
No, and we all lived through that period. It was very difficult. And so March, April, May, the whole year, and we're just really getting back to normal. I supported everything that the governor and the legislature, you guys, did to keep us going. I mean, that's what we had to do. But that's what the executive order is. It's short-term in nature. It's supposed to be done under incredible circumstances like then. But now, it's time for it to come off. And I think that's why there's been such a big push this year, because the executive order, it should be coming off. And I think that's what's going to happen. And so we need to get this, done, because, it is short term. It's short term. That's how it should be.
Thank you. And I just follow, just very short. From what you've understood, you talk many times with the short line companies. Are your sentiments mirror theirs as well, or are they able to readjust should this law pass?
Yeah, we got more short liners that are coming up, and yes, but everyone that all my colleagues, they haul some amount of forest-related products, and if this thing becomes permanent, they're going to lose business as well.
Excuse me, Mr. Whip.
Thank you. Hey, Ben, how are you?
See you.
Find ourselves again here.
I feel like I'm about to be cross-examined by one of the leading attorneys in the state of Georgia.
No, I honestly think that you have a unique perspective on this, because you are in the railroad business, but also recently appointed to the Ports Authority Board, and so I do value your opinion. And I just wanted to know, what your thoughts were. Like, as far as I know, in knowing that the federal law allows for 100,000 pounds in a container, I don't know of an interstate that goes from the Port of Savannah or the Port of Brunswick to Waycross, Georgia, or Sandersville. They have to get on a county road. So I just wanted to kind of hear what your thoughts are about that, knowing that they can already travel at 100,000 pounds, and they've been traveling at 95,000 pounds. What is your perspective on the ability for them to do that? And they have to be traveling on our roads to deliver, because there's no I-75 straight to Waycross.
Right. I think that the percentage of 100,000 pound containers going to GPA is small. So that's why you're not seeing massive failures in road and bridges along those routes.
Sure. Well, I appreciate you being here. I know we're on the opposite side of this issue, but certainly appreciate your inputs. And I understand that there is an economic impact to the railroads on this piece of legislation particularly. And while I and many of these folks on this committee are charged with, essentially helping each family in Georgia, your employees, but also the small business owners that are loggers that are barely going to getting by. We also have to think about their interests. So I recognize this is a tough issue, and I recognize that it's an economic issue. But I appreciate you. Hopefully, can come out of this on the other side of it. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Chairman Newton.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You're saying that some of your customers who currently transport forest products, they have loads that they need to, that they'll have a financial incentive to move those off of a railroad and onto one of the higher limit trucks.
That's exactly what's
Do
going
they
to happen.
operate on thin enough margins where they'll actually do that? They'll actually.
Right. So what if this bill
Right, if
becomes
this
law,
bill were to pass and the 90,000 pound
so
limit.
it's a law, and
Right.
they're going to go out because they're smart business owners, and they're going to get a larger trailer, and so they're going to be able to haul more product, more laden in that trailer, and so their cost per ton will drop, and so they'll be, because all of these forestry moves, they're very short haul moves, and so any adjustment really matters. And so, yes, that's exactly what's going to happen. Over a period of, let's say, 5 years, they will go out, buy bigger trailers, haul more product to make sure they carry 95,000 pounds.
And
That's what I would do.
This is loads that are coming off rail right now and going on to trucks
Right.
on our highways.
They will be economically more attractive to the receiver to be trucked because they can haul more freight.
It's also because they don't have to pay for the road repair directly either. So, but that's why it's partly why it's cheaper. Thank you.
Representative Newlowitz.
Thank you. Earlier in this hearing, several hours ago, maybe a year, we talked a lot about the penalties that are in the legislation that are meant to put teeth in it. It seemed to me, just by, that it's not really changing any penalty all that much, and it's not really going to be something that I would feel like would preclude or deter anything. And you know a lot about business. Do you think that the teeth that we're hearing about are actually teeth, or is it just going to be the same cost of doing business for folks who are going over these variances?
Yeah, I haven't seen the substitute because it just came forward, but I do know currently that it is not a deterrent. And, it should be, if you go over the limit, it should be a punitive fine, because the idea is for you not to go over the limit. I mean, you buy a car, and that car can go up to 125, but you're only supposed to drive the speed limit, right? So, I mean, if you get a call going higher, there's a fine. And so I don't really, make it 500, make it 5,000. If it's not heavy enough to provide an incentive for whomever it is to not break the law, because that's what you're doing,
right?
Then you haven't done anything. I mean, you don't want to make it too small where it doesn't matter.
And who's usually paying that fine? Is it actually the truck driver, or is it the company that owns the truck, or the
I'm not
wood,
sure.
or yeah?
I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarbutton. Appreciate you. You know that. Next, Joe Arbona from G&W.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name again is Joe Arbona, and I'm standing here before you as president of the Georgia Railroad Association. And I have to tell you, after this wrenching testimony, when you're talking about lost lives, for those of us who have children who drive, it seems like what I'm about to talk to you about is not that important. But it is important to those employees who are being put at risk by this bill, particularly railroad employees. I represent all the railroads in the state here as president of the association, but I'm really here to talk to you not about the associate members who rely on railroads operating properly, those who sell us rail ties, those who sell us spikes and things that actually generate more for the economy of the state of Georgia. But I'm talking about those small railroads that actually have 5, 6, 7 employees only, whose margins are so darn small that we can't afford to have one customer leave our railroad and go on a truck. And I tell you, this breaks my heart, because I hear all the time people comparing us to large corporations and such. Look, our members are independent owners. Some of the railroads that like my company bought are railroads that were failing because other states and other places have done stuff like this, and unfortunately has made it where we cannot compete. And I tell you one thing, the Georgia Central Railway is one of our railroads, the Short Line Railroad, doesn't take any state money. This railroad was key in bringing the Hyundai plant that's going to be set up at the mega site in a few years. And I'll tell you one thing, that railroad, when we bought it, was losing so much money. We were in such a bad situation. We were just thinking, we got to scrap this thing, get rid of half of the line. I don't know, we can't maintain this thing. And we didn't. We stuck to it. We invested. We tried to work it as best we went knocking on doors. Hey, sir, you basically get truck service right now. Would you consider coming and using rail? No, not right now. You know, truck rates are pretty good, so we'll stick to them. Well, we may not be able to maintain your spur that goes into your facility, like the gentleman from the poultry feed industry talked about. They have a spur, a little road, the railroad that goes into their facility. We maintain the switches on some of these spurs that go into these facilities. I've gone in there to tell business owners, you know what, I can't afford to maintain that switch anymore, and you're not doing business with me. I may have to pull it. No, don't do that. Because if you do that, what's going to happen is the truckers are going to come back and say, hey, you don't have a switch anymore. Your spur doesn't work. Your rates are going to go up. That is not competition. That is not business. That is just tilting the scales. And quite frankly, when, again, you have small railroads with such a small number of employees, again, a typical short line railroad, it's like 25 miles long. We usually have a handful of customers. And one customer is big enough to keep the lights on, basically, an anchor customer. Well, we lose one of those small customers, there goes all our margin. So we have to shut down. And if we shut down, there's not going to be economic development opportunities to bring Hyundais with 8,100 jobs and almost $7 billion worth of investment, because they're not going to be there to provide service and connection to two large Class 1 railroads that are going to take all those loads all over the country and international markets through the CSX and Norfolk Southern. If we weren't there, that facility would not be in that part of the state, okay? May not even be in the state. It might be in South Carolina. So I'm just here to tell you that this is extremely important to us. We work so hard to bring those railroads back to where they need to be, where they operate safely. I'm proud to say that my company is one of the safest railroad companies in the world. And that's not going to happen if I have to shut them down, because, quite frankly, somebody wants to pick winners and losers, as I've heard earlier. And I love Georgia. I love this state with a passion. I tell everybody in every other state that I visit, you know, you guys need to copy what Georgia does. They're good. They know what they're doing. But I have to tell you, this picking winners and losers in this situation is not good for business. You will basically, again, tip the scales, and you will make it more difficult for us to land more economic development opportunities like Hyundai. And so I ask you, please keep in mind, short line railroads, we're the small business of the railroad industry. We have to maintain around the nation 30% of all the track network in the entire country, because we're the county roads that serve the railroad industry, okay? That 30% of the railroad track network in the country has to be maintained with only, get this, 6% of the industry's revenue. 30% we have to maintain with 6%. Pretty tough to do, right? Talk about small margins. Well, I'd like to see how anybody can think we can do that when you're taking away customers through something like this. Give you a perfect example, and I will be brief. I'm sorry if I've gone too long here. I know you guys all want to go home, and I don't blame you. I've got family to be with too. But this is so important for my employees, for all of us in the railroad industry, and I want to share this example with you since I represent these shoreline railroads. There are two shoreline railroads in the state. One is called the Valdosta Railway in Lowndes County. The other one is the Chattahoochee Industrial Railroad in Early County. These guys know their business. They know that if a truck is one extra 1,000 pounds bigger, they're going to lose business to it. So what do? They tell me, look, Joe, if they actually make this permanent, if they make it 90,000 pounds, our two little railroads there are going to lose 10% of all the carloads they do for paper, just paper, not the other commodities that you're all considering, just paper. And if that goes to truck, that's going to mean 1,200 more trucks going from Valdosta and going from Lowndes County and all the way to the port for export. That's 1,200 more trucks in the beautiful city of Savannah. They don't need any more trucks either, any more than we are the safest way of moving goods. And quite frankly, moving that to trucks that are not as safe, I don't think is going to save lives. So in closing, I want to reiterate that the Railroad Association here in Georgia opposes this. We appreciate that. I think your hearts are in the right place. You're trying to do something for an industry that seems to need help. But look, we were able to get out of the hole that we were in by working hard and doing what, Mr. McDowell did, working hard and making it work. And so, as Chairman, somebody said during this earlier session, if you expand, others will shrink. I believe is what I heard. Well, we're the ones who would shrink, and I don't think that's fair. And I beg you, don't do this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Joe.
Please.
The first one was Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make it quick. 2 questions. First question, did you guys take advantage of the tax credit we've done a couple of times in this since I've been here for short line railroads?
You know, we have, and I think that's one of the wonderful things about the state of Georgia. And I'll tell you what, that's a tax credit where we have to spend money to get the tax credit to put it back into the tracks. Because, you know, that tax credit is, I believe the dollar amount is something like $3,500 per mile, but you have to spend $7,000. Well, to maintain a mile of track, you need like $40,000 if you're a short line to go, get this, 10 mile an hour maximum. Hey, we don't block crossings. We are waiting here for these trains going so slowly because we have to go 10 mile an hour. For short lines, that is a challenge. We are waiting for trains to go so slowly. People are like, could you get moving? Well, we can't move because we're going 10 miles an hour. That's how fast we can go. And I'm speaking only for short lines here.
Sure. I understand completely. Thank you. And then the second question was, over the last 3 years since this has been in place, how have your revenues been over the last 3 years?
I beg your pardon?
Revenues over the last 3 years since this executive order has been in place.
Well, to be honest with you, every railroad has its own information. We can't share that with each other openly because that would be actually illegal. So we don't share that kind of information among each other and members. I can only speak for my company. You know, we've had ups and downs. And, you know, as I think Mr. McDowell said, you know, like the mills are kind of tricky to decipher what they're going to do from year to year. So it fluctuates.
Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. G&W, that's Genesee and Wyoming, correct?
Correct.
How many states do you operate in?
I believe 43 states.
And do you not operate in Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, and Alabama already?
We do.
So do these states not have higher, are you not competitive in those states then?
In some cases, we've lost a lot of rail cars as a result of it. I mean, for example, in the state of Florida, near here, try to get the First Coast Railway all the way out to Fernandina. If you ever go on that road right there, all you're going to see is logging trucks everywhere. Well, we can't compete with that business. So it's too bad. I mean, we'd love to have the business, but again, the margins are so tight, we just can't make it work. And the reason why our railroads are, again, 10 mile an hour, the reason why it's so challenging to keep them up is because the previous owners couldn't make them work because, again, those margins were so tight. So we went through a lot of trouble to just keep operations safe. They have to go slowly, but to compete with truck is very difficult. So we've lost a heck of a lot.
Just a follow-up question
Please.
again, because I've always been a supporter of short line railroads.
Thank you.
At the same time, there's two sides to this particular issue. This is a dumb question, but we're talking about 80,000, 90,000 pound load limits and trucks in Georgia. How much does a rail car carry? I have no idea.
Oh my gosh! I'm going to have to call for one of my colleagues that maybe can give me I forget. My mind's. It's 190,000. There you go. I apologize. My memory is not as good as it used to be.
Thank you for your testimony.
Number Whitmer Chet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for your testimony. I heard you say earlier that you didn't take tax or dollars from the state, but isn't it true we have a tax credit for short line railroads? Mm-hmm. Have you all took advantage of that?
We have, and we appreciate it because actually other states around have done the same thing and actually would help competition too.
Have you advocated up here for that?
I believe I have, yes.
Okay. Isn't it true also that the state cannot regulate railroads?
The railroads are regulated by the Federal Railroad Administration,
so
and on the rate side, they're regulated by the Surface Transportation Board.
So we cannot regulate the weight or crossings or anything like that?
Well, on safety, there's some things that like crossings and certain things, but not the Federal Railroad Administration does.
So the FRA, and then listen, I got good friends, Matt Campbell, Craig Camuso, my friends in the railroad business. I'm from a railroad town in Waycross. So this is not a railroad bill. This is, a truck weights bill. But I did just want to point out the fact that the state does incentivize short line railroads with tax credits, but at the same time, no oversight or regulation. Isn't that correct?
Well, Not oversight in that, I mean, they can't regulate our rates and things along those lines and
Or-
safety. But
Thank you.
we are the safest mode of transportation.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Earhart.
Hey there. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Just to Representative Chairman Carpenter's point, I wanted to hone a little bit more his question about revenue, the effect of revenue on your railroads. And specifically, and I agree, this past 3 years has been a little bit of a test, right? A petri dish for the increased weights for trucks. So you've certainly spoken quite passionately to the negative effects that you believe the increased weight would have on the short line railroads. Given that we have had 3 years with these enhanced and higher weight loads, I'm wondering, I know you said that railroads go up and down, but specifically to the points that you've mentioned today, concerns about laying off workers, protecting those workers, the loss of jobs, the diminishment of your market share. Have you experienced any of that?
Well, we certainly lost employees. I mean, in fact, I probably have a lot of my general managers from the association and owners be here. Some of them actually have to be back home driving a train. They can't be here physically because they've lost people. They don't have enough employees, and it's a challenge for all of us. So it's the same as what you're hearing from the other side. And with regards to revenues, you know, we were running trains despite the pandemic. We moved whatever we could that we had to help, you know, bring the materials that people needed for safety, sanitary paper, things like that. So we were doing that while everybody else, unfortunately, had to deal with this also. But we operated with masks in our locomotives and doing what we needed to do. And we managed to get through it, thank goodness.
Right. Mr. Chairman, if I may just follow up quickly. And I do understand what you're saying. So in terms of the difficulty of recruiting people and hiring folks, much like we've heard today from the timber industry and manufacturing in general, and the inability to get those drivers. So you're experiencing the recruiting problem that all industries, quite frankly, are experiencing, correct?
Yes, and the challenge for us is, as I mentioned, our margins are so small, we can't go out there and pay maybe the high salaries that some others may be offering that, again, we just can't do it. The good news for our shoreline railroads is that people like working for us for the most part. They have good quality of life. They get to go home and watch their kids' games and things like that, which is challenging in other jobs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up, and got two left, the Department of Public Safety and then Commissioner McMurray. Y'all gonna tag or what?
We're gonna tag team it just in
Okay.
case. I'm Andrew Montgomery. I'm the captain with Motor Carrier Compliance. I'm the executive officer there. I know the gentleman that just left that told the heart-wrenching story about his son, but you know that's a challenge and something that our department is committed to try to reduce the best that we can. We look at data constantly to see how to deploy resources, and I wish he was in here so I could help acknowledge that to him, but it was a pretty tough story to listen to. I'm just going to give you a brief overview. I've kind of trimmed down, had about an hour's worth of presentations. I'm going to trim 55 minutes of it off and just speak briefly to you. A little bit about our mission statement. Our primary focus is commercial vehicle enforcement to ensure driver and vehicle safety and the protection of our state highways infrastructure. Additionally, we answer the calls for civil unrest, storm catastrophes, agency assistance, and any statewide emergencies calls of service. We serve as a division of the Department of Public Safety, and we work closely with the State Patrol and Capitol Police for all state needs. We have 238 sworn members, 28 civilians, weight inspectors, and which all man at our permanent weigh stations. 52 civilian employees. They do an array of things. About manpower, I know that I've listened to testimony today and talked about the increase in posted bridges and whatnot. You know, we are 238. That's where we stand right now, and not all of that is on our roadways. You know, as an enforcement, we have some in supervision doing other things, like myself that, you know, up here doing things like this. So I'm not on the road actually enforcing things. So our manpower is always a challenge. Yesterday at the Capitol, that was a topic about law enforcement just being undermanned, and that's something that we actually deal with too, even just in the commercial world, meaning that we have a lot of things that we're asked to do that sometimes go outside of the enforcement of commercial vehicles. So with that, it does cause a strain. So manpower is always a problem. So going back to the Posted Bridges comment, in order to ensure that compliance, it would be an awful hard reach for us to ensure that we could cover all that to make sure that the compliance is there. So I just wanted to touch on that. Just to give you a little quick summary of just the things, obviously, that we do. We enforce traffic law, criminal laws. We perform in-depth inspections of the commercial motor vehicles as well. So we check not only for speeding, the simple things that you would know just in your basic law enforcement, but then we take it a step further and we evaluate driver qualifications and vehicle components for safety. I'm going to kind of move forward to the more probably factual things that you guys are really wanting to know, more so than just the outline of our agency, which I'm always willing to come and talk to you about if you're ever wanting to know. So a typical tractor trailer weighs about 80,000 pounds. Most passenger vehicles are 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. Okay, a 4,000 pound vehicle traveling at 65 miles an hour takes about 316 feet to stop. That's equivalent to one football field. Now, all this is in ideal conditions, okay? I mean, there's no other distractions, nothing else going on. This is just what it takes to get stopped. A fully loaded commercial vehicle stopping or traveling at 65 miles an hour, attempting to do the same thing, is going to take 525 feet. It's going to take approximately 2 football fields. So you got to understand that we're looking at just 80,000 pounds at 65 miles an hour. It's going to take 2 football fields to get stopped under ideal conditions. That is the key takeaway I want each of you to understand. That's when there's nothing else going on, okay? Which we know when you drive through Atlanta or anywhere you go, there's a lot of distractions and a lot of obstacles and challenges that the drivers face. Not only trying to, look at their MapQuest or their Waze to find better, faster routes, which I don't think really exist, because every time I use Waze, it seems to take me just as long. So with that, just also a little insight, we have 100,000 registered on interstate carriers and probably 6,000 intrastate carriers. So we're 5th in the nation with registered motor vehicle carriers in our state. The gentleman touched on it. He said the top 5. All right, we're actually number 4 in the nation on fatality crashes. That's something we take personal. We actually have outside of our office a TV screen, and it posts pictures of people killed in crashes. So we don't become blinded by numbers. We don't want to just look at a number and say, well, 258 people died. It sounds almost as if they're just a statistic. They're people. They're guys just like this that come or that was here earlier and spoke. And when you listen to those stories, or you're an officer and you respond to those crashes and you see that death, I mean, you understand what obviously what just happened. It was more than just a statistical thing to relay over. So those numbers are faces. Over the past year, there has been an approximately 15% increase in fatal crashes involving CMVs. So from the previous years, it's been 15% increase. Another stat that I thought was kind of alarming to me was that in 2022, it included a record number of CMV drivers and occupants killed in Georgia roadways or on Georgia roadways. 52 drivers of CMVs were killed and 11 occupants lost their lives in 2022. And that's more than any previous year that we've had. Also, our preliminary crash data, and I do say preliminary because we're tracking, it shows an increase in the number of CMVs overturning due to driver loss control. That's indicative of more weight, right? So not necessarily is it in line with anything other than when you have a vehicle that weighs 80,000 pounds, the more it weighs, the less control you just simply have. It's also the faster you go, the less control you have. seeing an increase in rollover crashes is something that's a concern of the Department of Public Safety, and we're taking every initiative we can to combat and reduce and try to drive the numbers down of the crashes that we see in our state. We work diligently on those tasks, and we use all kinds of systems and technology to try to help map out where our problems are to see where we can deploy our resources for the most efficient and effective way to reduce those crashes. I'll yield to any questions, and thank you for your time. Yes, and I apologize. Major Mobley is also going to, he's standing here with me. He's a commanding officer, and he elected me to do this, and I forgot all about him standing here, so I apologize. I apologize. So, but I yield to my commanding officer. Go ahead.
Here you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. I know earlier there were some questions about permitting, so I had our permit office pull a few numbers while we've been standing in the back. As far as super loads and mega loads, as we call them, and the terminology behind that is anything over 100,000 pounds is a super load. A mega load is anything over 150,000 pounds. Our permitting office has issued out 6,568 of those in 2022. As far as the intermodal containers, there was a little question, I believe, earlier about those. Intermodal containers being capped at 100,000 pounds. There was 9,539 of those issued. The executive order permits that was through our office, which is free of charge, of course, was 6,314. Now think about this. We just ran a report because we have to do an annual report to the Federal Highway Administration every year. In that report, we tell them how many people, how many trucks crossed our scales, our permanent scales, not state route highways, not of that nature, because we actually have 19 scale houses across the state. There was almost 39 million trucks crossed those scales in 2022. So out of those is the actual permitted loads. One of the things, and a lot of folks would think this is bragging, but it's not. It's in 2022, the Motor Carrier Compliance Division here in Georgia, compared to our peers all across the state, all 50 states, Georgia was the #1 CMV enforcement in speeding, following too close, and cell phone usage, distracted driving. That's nothing to brag about. You know, when you're looking at vehicles that are loaded with 80,000 pounds or more, you know, when you're looking at distracted driving, and the captain just talked a minute ago about the stopping distance. You know, we've got that kind of data. We've got data from our skirt teams from the State Patrol side of the house, talking about how long it takes to stop a vehicle with 80,000, 85,000, 90,000, you know, things of that nature. You know, with and actually sliding the brakes, sliding the tires. And the difference between 90,000 and 85,000 was 18 feet. We don't think 18 feet is that much. It's probably here to that wall, maybe a little less. But if you're that vehicle that's sitting there at that red light or at that stop sign or traffic backed up, 18 feet means a lot. And that's in perfect conditions. If you'll look at some of the reports that we've had, just in the forestry industry, not just picking on them, but just in forestry industry, out of the inspections that we've conducted in 2022, 66% of the vehicles we inspected were out of service. Most of those out of service items are for braking. So let's go back to what I just said and what the captain just referred to. Those distances that we give you, those numbers, that's in a perfect world. That's a flat surface, dry surface, and somebody paying attention. If somebody's not paying attention, that exceeds those limits very, very quickly. In a world to where on a 5-axle truck there's 10 brakes, in a world to where there's 1 brake out of adjustment or inoperative, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that happens. We catch that. We find those violations where there's 4 and 5 brakes that are out of adjustment, meaning it's not to to the performance standards, or it's inoperable. It doesn't work at all. What is that feat going to be there? Is it going to be 4 football fields? You know what I'm saying? It's in a perfect world that I don't think we really live in. It's those numbers are staggering in themselves, but then when you take in consideration, you know, the human factor, it's this loss of life is something that we don't tolerate very well. And when you're looking at 255, 256, I think it was, lives that's been lost in CMV related activities, crashes. That's 250 people. When we were first in here earlier, this place was packed, probably close to that number, if not more. Are all of us willing to give our lives up? That's what we're looking at, you know. So we try very, very diligently to work with industry, to help them in every way. I know that was mentioned earlier about us working with the industry and trying to help them make themselves better, and we do that every day. That's at least half of what we do, is trying to educate carriers. But we still, even with those efforts, we're still finding issues out there. So that's pretty much all I had. We wasn't really planning on that, so I just throwed it in there since we tag teaming. So.
All right, I got a few questions for you guys. First, Mr. Burchett.
Well, any smart legislator wouldn't question anybody with a badge on, and I'm not going to do that. I just want to tell you thank you for coming here. Thank you for what you do every day. You guys really do put your life on the lines, and whatever we can do to support you, we will. I want to just know that we want you to know that we appreciate you, Major and Captain, and everything you do.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Daniel.
I may not be a smart legislator for asking a question. My question is, how do you guys determine the cause of an accident? Yeah, I know you mentioned braking, but are brakes, manufactured to sustain a certain amount of weight? Is that the issue? Is it a manufacturing issue on the brake end? Or, I mean, how do you guys determine that? And how do you say that these accidents are solely because of truck weights?
Well, ma'am, we don't, when we go to an accident, Georgia State Patrol does the accident itself, investigation, and any fatalities, the skirt team gets called in, but we're there to gather data. When we inspect that vehicle after that, and it's called a post-crash, when we inspect that vehicle, we're looking at things that was defective prior to the crash, because you can't blame a motor carrier with something that happened. It knocked out a light or a fender or whatever it may be. So we're looking at determining what the status of that vehicle was prior to that crash. And in doing so, as far as a perfect formula of did that 80,000 or 90,000 pound truck, cause it to travel 15 more feet, at the time of that incident that happened, that crash, there's so many factors involved in that, it's hard to pin that down to just weight.
Right. And I have one more question, if that's
Yes, ma'am.
okay. You mentioned that we were number 4 in the states. What are the 3 states ahead of us? Do you know?
I think, I can't remember if it's California. It's right off the top of my head.
Okay.
I can't
I just
remember
was
the other
curious
3.
if they correlated to the
I've
heavier states up here on this sheet that we have or
I've
not.
been here for 27 years now, serving in state law enforcement, and Georgia's been number 4, number 5. We hovered in those areas, which is nothing to brag about. But
Right.
then again, you think about vehicle miles traveled. There's a lot of vehicles in this state.
Right.
Yes,
Well, thank you all for what you do, and
Yes, ma'am.
keep us
Thank
safe.
you.
One thing to your point, when you asked it, how do you determine if it's specific to weight? It's something I've had conversation with extensively with a lot of people on. Weight is always a factor in pretty much every crash, because when you look at if it's following too close or even speed, all the speeding is an impact deal. following too close, is a sliding distance. So weight is always a factor when you look at rollovers. It's the maneuverability of the vehicle changes as the weight increases. So meaning the other day I watched a video of a cement truck, and he was traveling down a straight road. There was no obstacles, there was no traffic, and what he had done is he had ran off the roadway. He dropped just two tires off, and once he tried to make that correction, the weight shift caused the truck to roll over. And so he was driving in a perfect condition, but unfortunately he ran off the road to whatever that is. So the point is that weight is always a factor in every crash, because that's going to change the dynamics of maneuverability, and that is something that you always have to kind of consider as you increase weights. You got it.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for everything you do for keeping our highways safe. Can you give me an average number of truck safety violations in a year, and what type of safety violations are they?
We actually have some documentation on it. You have to give us just a second.
Okay.
It's, I know Georgia typically averages every year of all CMV inspections that's performed, and last year we had a little over 74,000. The state of Georgia did. It was a little over 2 violations per inspection, give or take. We've got a lot of data. You'll pardon us just for a second.
Either that or we can.
But it's typically we end up with like 2.1, 2.2, somewhere in that range is what the average violation discovered per inspection that we do.
Why don't you get that to us, and
We
we'll
can get
provide that to the committee
Yes, sir.
for everybody
We
to
will.
take a
Thank
look
you.
at. Number 2, Mr. Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the years, I know in my personal automobile, as technology has come a long way. It'll keep me in the lane and to slow me down if somebody's in front of me. Blind spot monitors, all that. With technology improvements, are we seeing that in trucks as well?
You're seeing some of the technology that is taking hold, but then again, you're looking at costs, and the guys that are actually running these businesses probably tell you better than I can, but with disc brakes, we're seeing a few more trucks with disc brakes. I know when the ones of us that's driven old vehicles with drum brakes, which is what these trucks are typically associated with, versus our modern cars with disc brakes, there's a lot of difference in braking with that. So some of the industry is moving in those directions. When you look at, not for as mechanically necessarily, but it is in one thing. You're looking at part of that braking system that connects everything together is a slack adjuster, and they have automatic slack adjusters. They've had them since 1994, and those things help keep those brakes in adjustment in a maintenance form. But I know industry has been real good about trying to go out there as far as camera systems in the trucks, to monitor drivers, monitor activities, how these drivers are actually conducting themselves on the highway. So there's been several improvements along the way.
Couple more, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Who sets those standards for the brakes, the brake systems on the trucks? Automatic slack adjusters. Is that something we do as a state? We require a certain brake, or is that the standard on brakes? Who sets those?
I can't. Do you remember the name of that? It's not the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. It's a
CVSA. CVSA is what Daniel was.
No, it's the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance is something that Georgia is a member of, and it's but we set the out of service criteria. But the actual brake manufacturers, it goes back to the I can't think of it. It's what was it, Daniel? NTSB is actually who sets those standards. It's just like the ones would typically be for your personal vehicle too.
The federal government sets the standards on the brakes.
Yes, sir, that's right. Long answer to that,
okay.
But yeah, federal government.
One more question. It's going to be a futuristic question.
Yes.
Dealing with Commissioner McMurray over the summer, we've had a study committee. In the future, we're going to be talking about autonomous trucks.
Yes.
And battery powered trucks that weigh 15,000 pounds more. I just for the future, I think that's something we're going to have to look at?
I know I've been in conversation with a couple of the industries already this past year with autonomous vehicles, and it's coming to our state. Matter of fact, it's here, and they are. It's a lot of unknowns. Actually, towards the end of next month, we're going to Omaha, Nebraska for a couple of days, and that's what the topic's going to be. Is as far as procedures, inspection procedures, what we're going to have to change about how we do business to be able to accommodate for those type vehicles.
And thank you for what you do, and thank God for we got Todd Jones to guide us through this.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to tell you a little personal story of mine. My wife was and my 2-year-old son were driving through Alabama on 85 going southbound, and she was actually had a tractor trailer swing over. She hadn't turned her wheel, that bar that's up underneath the truck caught in between the front bumper and her wheel, and it ripped the whole front end of the car off. Spun her off, and then so the truck driver stopped, went checked to make sure my wife and 2-year-old were good, then got back in his truck and left. I'm going to finish. I'll just leave that story there. But so truck safety is extremely important to me. So one of the things that we talked about in the bill specifically had to do with certifications, and you talked a little bit about the inspection process. Is there a certification that goes along with that? Could you expound on that a little bit for me and help me understand that?
Is it in reference to the driver's qualifications
no, the
or
vehicle in
the
and
vehicle
of itself?
Yeah. Every year, each motor carrier is required to perform an annual inspection.
Okay.
And that goes basically, to make it simple, it goes from bumper to bumper. Every item on that vehicle has to be checked by a certified mechanic or somebody with those type qualifications. So
Okay.
yes, sir. Every year it has to be done at a minimum once a year.
And are those standards based at 80,000 pounds? I mean, who says, okay, you got enough brakes, or but can you explain that a little bit to me?
The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration is who we work under for, is the federal GDOT or federal DOT, and as far as inspections and those type of things, those standards are set out there as far as what is a violation, what's not a violation, those kind of items. I mentioned earlier about the CVSA, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, that Georgia is a part of. You have all these states within the 50 states, and we come together and they have an out-of-service committee, much like yourselves. And what they do with that is they try to make the determination based off of a lot of data, what is unsafe to be on the highways. In other words, if you have a violation, that carrier is supposed to correct that violation before that truck is dispatched again.
Okay.
In other words, he can continue on that trip that you just inspected him. However, if it's a item that is placing that truck out of service, that means that obviously it's too unsafe to be able to operate the vehicle, and all that is determined through a lot of data, and obviously what is better for safety in general.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Chairman. You said something about wrecks increasing from this year, last year's 15%. Is that correct? Is there a way to get the data on, and we don't have to do this today, obviously we're going to see this again, or we may not see it again, but the data like 18, 19, 20, 21,
You want to hear it right
22.
now?
Yeah, if you got it, that'd be great.
Okay.
Hey, when in Rome, baby, when in Rome.
Committee members?
You want to start with 19, or you want to go all the way back to 2011?
No, let's do 18, 19, 20.
Okay. And what two numbers I'm going to give you. One is all traffic fatalities in this state, and the other is CMV involved fatalities.
The second one's fine. I don't need
The second one. In 2018, there was 188. 2019, there was 210. 20 was 250. 21 was 220. 22 was 256. And that 15% was from 21 to 22. Yes, sir. compliments of our analyst. Me and him's just country boys.
See, Mr. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, gentlemen, for being so brave to step up to the microphone. But I think bravery is part of what you wake up every day to commit to. So thank you for being here. To that point, I was wondering about the looking over the years and looking at these fatalities. You know, oftentimes we're thinking of, just it's not just your agency. Roughly, when you have you ever have a major fatality like that, you know, the roads upon which these vehicles travel, you also have to have other local county safety EMS actually to be able to kind of help you out there.
Right.
Do you find that it's, if this passes, because we do have to look, every day there's a possibility, right? Either this is something that goes away or it actually very well could pass. Do you have the manpower, workforce adjustment in order for you to actually be able to make sure that per those major crash spots that you'll actually have the people there, or even be able to open that up for the local county authorities to be able to help you respond in a tough situation like that?
Well, what we do is we have a program for our local agencies, and it's our CNV 101, where we go out and we educate the local municipalities on what they can enforce as far as outside of the inspection, and to try to help aid in that, and that way they have an understanding of what they're looking at if they happen to stop a CNV for some type of infraction. And then at that point also to educate them on, maybe when to determine maybe to call us to come out there and maybe do an in-depth inspection. As far as the crashes are concerned, I think it's always a multi-jurisdictional effort to try to reduce crashes, whether they be CNV or passenger vehicles. And we do have a great partnership with the locals, like I said, through that program to try to give them the tools they need, because even though when you stop, I was a deputy prior to coming on with the state, and I had no clue when they started handing me bills of lading and all these different, I always would tell them, look, I stopped you for speed and all that other stuff. I have no clue. And it's because it's in depth, and there's a lot of regulation that surround that, and you kind of have to, well, not kind of, you need to go through the inspection school to understand it all. So that's why we started a partner to try to help aid in that, if that answered your question.
It does, and I just have one further follow, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Where are they, I guess, regionally, from what, you having the manpower out there and being able to service these points at which there's been, either you had to do your safety checks, the repeat, I can't say violators, because in truth, these are just businesses just trying to make it ends meet for their families. But where are regionally, would you say, are kind of the hot spots for that, for you guys actually having to make the response to try to, check these either vehicles that are not meeting the standards, or that particularly are kind of big places that are going to see a big influx of tractor trailers that you would like to be able to inspect?
Well, I mean, traffic patterns change within the state, and they all have their different challenges. Geographically speaking, I would say it's an equal workload across the state as far as crashes are concerned, and safety concerns with the different trucking industries and companies. But a third of what we do is education. So we go out to the companies and we partner with them, and we try to help make sure that they're within the laws and the limits, and we provide that no cost to them to make sure that they're getting the most up-to-date information, because regulations do change, as we are here today with possible changes. So we do that. We want to make sure that they're operating as safe and as knowledgeable of the law as maybe we can be. And but I would say, geographically speaking, it's pretty evenly based. Atlanta has its own challenges, as we've talked about, and there's a lot of focus here. However, I mean, every part of our state is important, so we don't overemphasize on one that may be a little bit more popular and underman the ones that are maybe is not. I get an email on every crash that occurs, which is pretty exorbitant when you start opening up emails. All throughout our state, and every part of our state has an issue. We usually experience about one rollover crash a day. So Manpower is always an issue. That's why we were here yesterday, speaking on that and trying to help bring people into this field and help us, because, that we've continued to say it's the #1 place to do business, but we do want it to be the safest place to do business. And I think proper and effective and fair law enforcement is a way to accomplish that.
Thank you for keeping us safe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Listening to this about the stopping distance makes me very grateful that when I had to come to a very sudden stop on 285 this morning, coming down here, getting ready to exit onto 20 eastbound, that the vehicle behind me was an Econoline 150 and not a big truck, because makes me very grateful for that. When we're talking about, we've talked a lot about liability insurance. I know that there's a difference in what interstate trucks are carried to required to carry for liability insurance versus what intrastate trucks are required to carry. I think it's a difference of several $100,000, which is interesting because when y'all get to accident sites, do you notice a difference in the damage, whether it's an interstate or an intrastate truck?
No, ma'am. Not that I could cite off the top of my head to anything specific.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hearing this side of this whole bill, I guess, it's brought my insurance lady out of me. Do you know if there's a difference, what the minimums are, and is there a different minimum of liability coverage, whether you're on the interstate or if you're on the intrastate roads? Is there a difference?
I don't think there. You know the limits off the top of your head?
Yeah, I do. There's, which I know in most time in Georgia, unless it's changed, was $300,000 for intra-state, Georgia only.
Yeah.
And then if you were involved in interstate commerce, it was $750 at a minimum, and it's according to what you're hauling thereafter. If you're hauling some type of hazardous material, it's $1 million. Can go up to $5 million according to what that product is. Passenger carriers, as far as the buses, big buses you see, most all of them are $5 million. And not to cut you off, going right back to that, it's Texas, California, and Florida is ahead of us. I hated I didn't know that for you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You can have her first, Mr. Chairman. She had
Just to respond to that, I would assume that those are probably the largest populations as well, correct?
Those are large states with a lot of
And
population.
as Georgia's growing, that's probably something we're going to see more and more of. The more people come here, the more those numbers are
Yes, ma'am.
going to correlate. Okay.
Here I am, not following my own advice. So I was. Is it not true that we've lost? We've actually gained in e-commerce. So there is a pickup in commercial vehicles. We're moving away from brick and mortar and moving to e-commerce. So there's more commercial trucks on the road. Would you say that's fair to say?
There's more commerce, yes.
More commerce. Do you have the numbers? 'Cause you said 39 million. 39 million trucks came over the scale in, I think it was 22.
Yes.
Do you have the numbers for 21, 20, 19, and 18?
I don't have them with me because that was a fresh report we just had to send, but I can get them for you.
Do you think that with the trend in e-commerce and more freight moving over the roads, that there's more commercial trucks on the roadway today in Georgia or less?
There would have to be more.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you again,
Yes,
Major.
And last but not least, Mr. Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the number of accidents you said per year that was involved, commercial trucks. That like the 256 on, I think, in 22. Do you have a breakdown on the fault, whose fault it was? Is it truck's fault? Do you have a breakdown on?
There's information we could probably pull from our system to be able to show you that data. Yes, sir. We just have to get it to you.
As a closing to you guys, if you're not if you're on Facebook, you need to look at their Facebook page where they show you the violations that occur and different things. I see that quite often to see the good work that you guys have done. Just a shout out to whoever's doing it for you guys.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, next up, just committee, I was going to tell you, it's why we love you. We're at 65 questions. You've never seen you got like 12 of them. But, next up, yes, in the last on there is there's Commissioner. And I thought you would like to know how many questions. You know, the Savannah thing will still be going on. Casey, they'll still have oysters for you now. Here you go. Another two. You have. Do y'all need to? 5-minute break. Yep, let's do it. Sorry, Russell.
I need to go too. I've been
I don't think I can get up. Okay, let's go ahead and find a seat. We will. Here in the back. Let's go.
Your quota's up, man.
All right. Thank you, committee. Like I said, I appreciate everybody's attention. And now, the shining star of the show, Russell McMurray and Meg. We appreciate y'all and look forward to hearing from you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy Friday afternoon. I do want to say this is my favorite committee, the House Transportation Committee, beside appropriations.
I figured the Appropriations Committee was your favorite.
What's that?
Transportation Appropriations was your favorite.
I said beside appropriations.
Okay.
There has been a robust discussion this far, and I want to thank each and every member of the Transportation Committee, a big committee. You're all almost here. I think everybody's almost here, or they'll be back. So thank you for your discernment that you've heard thus far. I wanted to introduce Meg Perkle, who is our chief engineer, the top engineer at Georgia DOT, to walk through the impacts to the infrastructure of what HB 189 does and adversely affects infrastructure, publicly owned infrastructure and publicly funded infrastructure. So I know the hour is late. We will go very fast, but I ask for you to please listen intently to the information Meg's going to give you. When she finishes, you can see her afterwards, and she'll give you a continuing education hour for engineering, because the engineering matters. Legislation is on paper, but you can't legislate physics and engineering. And so she's going to give you the engineering background, and then I'm going to close out and try to drive it home. And I appreciate you yielding me 5 more minutes. You said in your opening comments, I hope we'll cut that to 2.5, because I do want to address some of the questions that were answered that were sort of left hanging out there. I can touch on some of those. So I'm going to turn it over to Meg. You've got a handout, and so you can flip along there, and I think Josh is running the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Oh, there, is that better? Okay, thanks. So House Bill 189 proposes to increase truck weights by keeping the current legal weight limits, but allowing a 12.5% variance on the maximum total vehicle weight and axle weights. The language of calling it a variance is just semantics. This bill will increase the legal gross vehicle weight to 90,000 pounds for all trucks, and it will also increase the allowable axle weights. I'm here to talk about the facts of the immediate and long-term impacts of House Bill 189. An increase in gross vehicle weight limitations is of serious concerns to GDOT. The immediate impacts is that GDOT will be compelled to immediately post restrictions on a significant number of bridges due to HB 189. Because the 12.5% variance also applies to the legal axle loads, this will affect multiple configurations of trucks, not just tractor trailers. Additional posted bridges will create longer detours that are required and enforceable, leading to additional miles driven on the roadways. The longer-term impacts are that HB 189 will accelerate deterioration of bridges and pavements. Both higher gross vehicle weight and higher axle weights mean more severe damage to bridges and roadway pavements. To maintain the state of good repair, GDOT and local governments will have to redirect funding to significantly increase bridge and maintenance budgets. This will prevent other projects from advancing. As someone responsible for our state's infrastructure, I am here to talk about the engineering and the physics without emotion, but this bill deeply troubles me. It is my duty as the GDOT chief engineer and as a professional engineer to show you today that these impact statements are real, and this is why we are opposed to HB 189. Georgia has 14,876 structures. Since the Transportation Funding Act of 2015, GDOT has replaced 202 state-owned bridges, 10 interstate bridges, and 212 city-county bridges. Since 2015, we've consistently invested about $300 million a year in bridge replacements, adding up to $1.9 billion, including $483 million in bond funds. In that time, we replaced 424 bridges, but we only reduced the number of posted load-restricted bridges by 148. because older bridges are getting added due to wear and tear. GDOT takes the condition and maintenance of all Georgia bridges very seriously and considers good bridges to be vital to the state economy and the safety of the traveling public. 1,404 bridges are currently load restricted or posted. A bridge that is load restricted or posted means that the bridge cannot carry the loads allowed by law. This could be due to the original design of the bridge, or it could be due to the deterioration of the structural elements. To remain open to traffic, a deficient bridge is posted with a sign, like you see in the picture there, with reduced weight limits that restrict the gross weight of vehicles using the bridge. I want to be very clear that if a bridge is unsafe, we close it. We inspect all bridges biannually, so we are on top of this. The legal weight limits in Georgia are based off of what is being hauled and what road they are traveling on. Interstate weight limits are set in federal law. So on our strongest, highest used highways, where weights are enforced with weigh stations, the weight limit is 80,000 pounds. Currently, state law allows higher weights on non-interstate state routes with exemptions for certain commodities. In fact, Georgia currently has the highest allowable axle weights of all surrounding states. You can show that. If a truck is picking up or delivering on a local route, state route limits apply to local roads. For this reason, every bridge, including local bridges, are rated for all legal loads on state routes. I want to be clear that HB 189 is not just proposing an increase in the weight limit of 6,000 pounds. HB 189 does away with all of these special exemptions for certain agriculture commodities, and it will have a single max weight for all loads. This will be universal, so most loads will have a 10,000 pound increase. This table shows the design loads that Georgia bridges were designed for. If you include the unknown category, 50% of local bridges are not designed to consistently handle the larger trucks or loads over 30,000 pounds. 30,000 pounds is a single-axe box truck. 97% of state route bridges were not designed for loads over 80,000 pounds. I'd like to address the federal exemption for the non-divisible containerized loads. I've heard several questions about that. Federal law allows loads up to 100,000 pounds on the interstates for non-divisible loads in containers moved internationally to and from the ports. Containerized freight, just based on the limitations of the size of the containers, is generally not going to weigh 100,000 pounds. According to GPA, this is less than 1% of the containers moving through the ports. These loads must have an annual permit, and they receive maps of allowable routes for operation that the permit is valid on. So comparing a tiny fraction of 100,000 pound loads to a universal allowance of 90,000 pounds is not comparing apples to apples. And yes, 100,000 pounds do place additional stress on our roads and bridges. That's why we must inspect them every 2 years. So now that you know what Georgia bridges are designed for, let's discuss the age of our bridges. Since the passage of the Transportation Funding Act of 2015, we've invested a lot in Georgia's bridges. But here's what you need to see. For every bridge we replace, there are several more that have reached their design life of 50 years. This is why, despite spending about $300 million a year on bridges, our number of posted bridges has remained pretty steady. The average bridge age is 44 years. The bridges we build today, we design for a 75-year lifespan. But the older ones, 1980s and older, were designed for a 50-year lifespan. We take good care of our state route bridges in Georgia because good maintenance allows us to maximize that bridge life. But bridge maintenance does not fully restore a bridge. Think about it. If you get your knee replaced, you can still play tennis when you're 50. But that doesn't make your whole body 21 again. And it's the same for a bridge. Bridge maintenance doesn't make the bridge new. But even with good maintenance, bridges that have reached their useful life need to be replaced. Increasing the loads on these bridges will only accelerate their deterioration, and eventually the fatigue will prevail. And keep in mind, not only are these bridges reaching their design life, they were designed in the 70s and prior, where there was much less stress, much less weight than what we expect of our bridges today. Traffic volumes have increased greatly over the last 50 years, and older bridges were designed to accommodate commercial vehicles much lighter than today's modern trucks. Now I want to talk about the federal bridge formula. Congress enacted the bridge formula in 1975 to limit the weight-to-length ratio of a vehicle crossing a bridge. As trucks grew heavier in the 1950s and 60s, something had to be done to protect the bridges. Axle spacing is just as important as axle weight in designing bridges. In the top picture you can see, the stress on the bridge members as a longer truck rolls across is less than that caused by a short vehicle in the lower picture, even though both trucks have the same total weight and individual axle weights. The weight of the longer truck is spread out, while the shorter vehicle is concentrated on a smaller area. The gentleman who said that moving 1 ton across each time on their own, that just doesn't apply to bridges. The total weight and the spacing and the axle weight, it all matters. I'd much rather have all the tonnage move just 1 ton at a time. The goal of the federal bridge formula is to ensure that the load is spread out far enough to safely carry the load without damaging the bridge or causing a catastrophic bridge failure. To meet the bridge formula requirements for 80,000 pounds, you need your spacing between the axles to be 57 feet. HB 189 proposes axle weights that would allow much heavier, short trucks. Our bridges are not designed for that. The federal bridge formula is codified in Georgia statute. HB 189 would unilaterally push Georgia outside the limitations of the bridge formula on state routes. Short, stout, heavy trucks really do a number on our bridges. This map shows the bridges that are currently posted with load restrictions in Georgia. The yellow is posted, the black dots are closed bridges. Good, fair, and poor is a condition rating. A bridge may be in fair condition and still be load restricted. We've done a good job taking care of our bridges, but we still have 1404 structures that are posted and cannot carry an 84,000-pound truck. This number is not static. It changes every day as we complete bridge inspections. Per federal law, we inspect each bridge every 2 years. GDOT provides and pays for this inspection service for local governments on all locally owned structures. Many states don't do this for local governments. This inspection is not a visual glance. This is an engineering inspection of every structural element of the bridge, and we report 320 data elements on each bridge we inspect. So what determines why a bridge is posted with load restrictions? Load ratings are based on the original bridge design and adjusted for the deterioration of the bridge at the biannual inspection. Load restrictions are based on the state's legal loads for trucks. And these load restrictions are not just for the max legal limit on a truck, but are based on the number of axles and the length of the truck, just like I showed you in the bridge formula. One of the reasons you shouldn't pass HB 189 is because it will result in an additional 1,408 bridges to be load restricted, more than doubling the number of restricted bridges in the state of Georgia. Increased weights will have a cascading effect, and with time, more bridges will be closed. You heard how the forestry industry, the trucks are moving all the time, and they aren't always in the same place for a very long time. Well, the mills aren't moving. They stay in the same place. And this bill is not proposed just for that. It's for all trucks. So it's going to apply to all trucks in the state of Georgia. As I said, we maintain a rigorous database of the structures in Georgia, and it's updated every day. So we know exactly what we're dealing with here. This map with all the red dots is not just a guess, and it's not a scare tactic. It is fact that if this bill passes, we will post these bridges immediately. If more bridges are posted, it's factual that the routes available for heavier trucks will be limited, resulting in longer trip mileage. The state of Georgia has had an executive emergency order in place for almost 3 years, allowing certain commodities an exception for up to 95,000 pounds. So why didn't we post the bridges for the emergency order? What you've heard from supporters is that the weight increase the sky hasn't fallen in the last 3 years, so why are we making a big deal about 90,000 pounds? That's absolutely not true. The emergency order, although temporary, has gone on a long time, longer than anyone would have imagined. GDOT has complete respect for the intentions of the governor's executive order and the goals for the state's economy to recover from the pandemic. But the facts are that allowing heavier weights on the highways and bridges shortens the life cycles of our bridges and pavements. These are not immediate impacts, but will reveal themselves over time. It is not good engineering practice to increase the legal loads until they break the bridge and then decide to back off. We're spending more on bridges per year than we ever have, but these weights will have more with these weights, we will have more restrictions in place than we ever have before, and the damage to our infrastructure cannot be reversed. The last 3 years emergency executive order. 1, it required a permit. It was subject to the conditions of the executive order for certain commodities and specific haul distances. And permit holders were provided a map of the allowable routes that was unique to the executive order. You just heard MCCD give the numbers. This was a tiny percentage of the trucks that are on our roads today. Less than 0.1% if I did my math right real quickly back there. Those permits in the emergency order have to be renewed with every update of the executive order. For HB 189, there will be no permits, no restrictions on hauling distance, and no restrictions on product. The executive order and HB 189 are not comparable in any way. It's just not apples to apples. HB 189 will be universal to all trucks under all conditions and will be permanent. The two situations are foundationally different. Also, our trucking volumes in the last 3 years are at an all-time high. People who are saying had the truck volumes reduced with the emergency order. We're not seeing that in our volumes. So how will these trucks get across the state with all these posted bridges? The unintended consequence of HB 189 is the increased haul distances due to the number of additional bridge restrictions. The gray areas shown on the parts of the state where you cannot drive through without crossing a posted bridge for 90,000-pound gross vehicle weight. This doesn't even include the axle weights. Under the executive order, these bridges aren't posted yet. Remember, by law, these trucks are not supposed to drive on local routes unless they are picking up or delivering on that road. So this map shows the impacts that would be felt by the timber industry because it is for the 90,000-pound truck. If we were to cover this with the axle weight postings, the whole state would be gray. This map is specific for that. We've been told that raising truck weights will reduce the miles driven on our roads because trucks will make fewer trips. And this whole concept is just ludicrous. Georgia is growing. Every time an exemption for weight was added for a specific commodity in the last 25 years, the talking point has been there will be fewer trips. And that's just not what happens. Georgia's growing. Freight is growing. Truck volumes in Georgia are growing. And a higher weight limit means all of these new volumes can carry the heavier loads. I want to zoom in on one area of the state to show you, Elbert County. You won't even be able to travel through Elbert County anymore without crossing a posted bridge. All but one state route is weight restricted, and to use that route, you'll have to go through South Carolina. In a county known for granite and timber, you can't enjoy the perceived benefits of HB 189. So what will the detours be like for trucks weighing 90,000 pounds? Let's look at a few. This is Floyd County. For every newly posted bridge, it will result in a detour from the route that used to be available. More miles. Mileage driven by trucks will not decrease, it will increase for each trip. In Floyd County, an 8-mile trip will have an 18-mile detour for a truck carrying HB 189 loads. In Worth County, a 20-mile trip will have a 37-mile detour for a truck carrying HB 189 loads. And here in Effingham County, a 6-mile trip will have a 31-mile detour for a truck carrying HB 189 loads. And remember, these trucks should not go on local roads unless they are picking up or delivering. The perception that hauling more weight has economic benefits may well be eroded due to the longer trips that will have to be driven because the heavier weights can't go over the bridges. Maybe you look at this map and you're from there and you know there's a shorter cut through on the local roads. But remember, by law, these trucks are not supposed to drive on local roads. The sad thing is, they'll do it anyway. And that's why this bill is so bad for local infrastructure. A University of Wisconsin study was commissioned by the forest products industry and found that raising the weights of trucks resulted in additional bridge postings. And the additional postings made the weight increase not worth it because the detour routes were just too costly. Once you add 10, 20, 30 miles to a trip, it really adds up and reduces the number of daily loads that can be hauled. So now I'm going to move on to the longer-term impacts of HB 189. HB 189 will lead to increased stress, damage, and deterioration of the structures and pavements. And that increased damage means it's going to cost more for the state and the counties and the cities to maintain. Stress means the deflection on the bridge beams when you're talking about a bridge. If you hold a ruler at both ends and press down in the middle, the harder you push, the more it will deflect. Or imagine putting a piece of plywood across two sawhorses and then climbing on top. There's only so much a piece of plywood can bend. Same goes with our bridge beams. The heavier the truck, the more the beams will deflect. Every engineer who's ever designed anything knows that you build a factor of safety into your design. The same with bridges. Higher truck weights eat away at the factor of safety in our bridges. If weights are raised to 90,000 pounds, a weight higher than 97% of the bridges in Georgia were designed for, every pass of a heavier load, the beams will deflect more and take away a little more life of the bridge. The majority of Georgia's bridges have a 30 to 40 foot span length, and our modeling shows that these lengths will be excessively impacted by these heavier loads. Axle spacing is just as important as weight to a bridge. If you imagine walking on snow, your feet sink down to the bottom to the ground, and if you put on snowshoes, you can walk on top of the snow. It's the same with a longer truck. The more distance there is between axles and the lower the overall force is applied to the bridge. But the forces applied to the top of the bridge provide stress and fatigue throughout the entire bridge, just like a heavy load you carry on your shoulders is felt in your knees. House Bill 189 applies the 12.5% variance to axle weights, not just the overall vehicle weight. This means that a dump truck or a concrete truck will be significantly heavier. This concentrated load will be severely damaging to bridges, and adding another axle to these short trucks, which is what was in the amendment today, will not make a difference to the bridge. Like bridges, damage to Georgia's pavements will be increased by HB 189. Georgia's pavements, depending on volumes, typically get a 15 to 20 year lifespan. It might be more like 8 to 10 years in Metro Atlanta with the higher volumes, but typically 15 to 20. Managing limits on axle loads helps to prolong pavement life. Pavement life is shortened by overweight vehicles, and a pavement that is subjected to higher axle loads will develop cracks and rutting sooner than expected. The fourth power rule is a foundational pavement design rule. The fourth power rule states that the greater the axle load of a vehicle, the greater the stress on a road is caused by that vehicle. Specifically, the stress on the road increases in proportion to the fourth power of the axle load of the vehicle traveling the road. This means that by increasing axle weights by 12.5%, the fourth power rule would anticipate damage to increase by 60%. This would reduce pavement design life nearly half. A 20-year pavement would last 12 years. This may seem a little drastic, but it is real. It's in every textbook about asphalt, and it's been confirmed through many studies. The gentleman today from the poultry industry referred to a study that was done many years ago in 1993, and I've read that study. And basically, the study clearly cites the fourth power rule. The study is about finding ways to mitigate it by looking at different ways to axle spacing, truck suspension, tire pressure, those kind of things. So the example he cited of 350 trucks is just not applicable to our roads that have tens of thousands of trucks crossing them every day. But the study confirms the fourth power rule. Think about a roadway pavement. In normal wear and tear, top-down cracking is expected and routinely addressed through resurfacing. We can fill in the cracks to extend the life a little bit, and then we mill off the surface and repave. When you have heavy weights, it causes foundation cracking. So basically, like the ruler or the plywood, the pavement starts to deflect like this, and the cracks start at the bottom. So when bottom-up cracking is much more problematic because the cracks propagate to the surface, and the moisture and deterioration in the pavement makes it start to come apart from the inside out. So that requires deeper repairs, not just resurfacing. You can't just mill off the top and resurface. Heavier trucks cause cracking from the bottom up, and that's why the damage grows exponentially. That's why the fourth power rule applies. The impacts of HB 189 will be much greater on the local roads. Local governments own 6 times more centerline miles than the state. Many local governments don't use a pavement design engineered for freight. It's just a standard base and pave. They're built for lighter traffic, so typically they don't need the heavier pavement. When we replace bridges and put a detour in place on state routes, truck traffic will often illegally circumvent the longer state route detour and choose a shorter path on local roads. And we hear from local governments about the torn up local roads due to the detour period, because local pavements are not engineered to handle the heavier weights. Now I'd like to turn it over to the commissioner.
Thank you, Meg. You've just heard a detailed engineering overview of why HB 189 is bad for Georgia's public infrastructure. Meg is our top DOT engineer. She's the chief engineer and a registered professional engineer. So thank you, Meg, for that overview. Mr. Chairman, I've been asked many times in interviews what keeps me up at night. Since HB 189 has come out, I hadn't been sleeping well. So if I'm a little not chipper and pleasant, as I usually am, you know the reason why. I don't have a good poker face either, so if I'm red, you probably know why as well. So anybody wants to play cards with me, no thanks. Listen, we've had all summer long to discuss this issue, and there was a substitute that came out as you guys walked in here, and we tried to understand that very quickly. You know, I've had many people over here around the Capitol and many friends behind us have joked with me lately. It's only 6,000 pounds. 6,000 pounds. You know, I like big trucks, things like that. I've heard a lot of it. It's not funny. In fact, I asked people, what does 6,000 pounds really look like? And Meg, as you talked about, it's really 10,000 pounds. For 75, as we heard under testimony earlier, 75% of the vehicles go 10,000 pounds more, not 6,000. Well, it's hard to visualize that, and somebody actually said it. So the next slide, which is, I don't have a slide number. What slide is it? If you're flipping along, find the F-150 and the Chevy 2500. So what does 6,000 pounds look like? Strap on a F-150 regular cab on top of that log truck. That's what 6,000 pounds look like. Or if you like the 2500 Chevy 4-door, strap that on top of that tractor trailer, and you just heard MCCD talk about stopping distance. That's what 6,000 and 10,000 pounds looks like as a graphic example. You've heard of what this additional weight means to bridges and roads, and it's not good. It reminds me of the old saying, it's the straw that broke the camel's back. We all know that, right? So I looked up in Wikipedia what that idiom really comes from. And the straw that broke the camel's back describes the minor in routine action that causes unpredictably large and sudden reactions because of the cumulative effect of the small actions. That's a lot to digest after 5 o'clock on Friday or Thursday, whatever day it is. But 6,000 pounds at a time and 10,000 pounds at a time over and over and over will be that straw. Next slide, please. Listen, Georgia has continued to be the #1 state to do business for 9 years in a row, with the current weight law giving preference to certain commodities because it's important, because agribusiness is our #1 economy, and forest products is certainly part of that. So I ask you, 9 years in a row, and the forestry industry's #1, the poultry industry's #1, what's broken? I do believe, and I know to be true, what the ag and forest products and everybody that's testified this morning or this afternoon for HB 189 have experienced serious issues as it relates to their business. I know those to be true. Increased labor costs, we've heard over and over by everybody. Labor market shifts, hard to find truck drivers, doesn't matter what industry you're in. Increasing insurance costs, again, you heard that over and over. Those are the big drivers, and I added weather to my notes, and of course fuel cost, and again, thank the governor for exempting fuel costs when it was so crazy. And guess what? Georgia is still growing. I testified at the Joint Appropriations Committee, and many of you were there, telling you how our costs are going up, 122% higher than what our budgets were for our average low bid. We've talked a lot about bridges, 137% over budget of what bridges are going for now. So I understand everybody is impacted by this crazy economy we live in. You heard Meg talk about axle weight, and it matters that 12.5% increase in HB 189 would take a tandem axle weight to 51,750. As Meg told you, we already have the highest axle weight of any of our surrounding states. That's almost 10,000 pounds more than the next highest state of North Carolina. That's the equivalent of taking that 2500 Chevy HD and putting it on a set of tandem axles. That's how much more weight you're talking about. One important thing that I remind you is that HB 189, as Meg said, applies to all trucks. This is not exemptions, this is all trucks. So wear and tear of the roads will certainly accelerate. Again, 75% are not in the ag business, so more trucks at 10,000 pounds more. One other important factor to remember is things do not stay the same. Let me say it again. Things do not stay the same. More weight will not take trucks off the road. In fact, many of you have been part of several study committees on freight and logistics over the last few years, and you all know from that work that more freight is coming, and it's including agribusiness. So you know that's coming. In fact, I haven't had the opportunity, and Janine Miller, our planning director, hasn't had the opportunity to appear before you in this transportation committee, but we look forward to talk about the freight plan we have that goes out to the year 2050. And if you look at the bottom of the slide, you'll see that freight growth from 2019 to 2050 is going to be almost a multiplier of 2. So the freight we see today by 2050, which sounds like a long time away, but it's not. That's about a 2% annual increase in freight every year, year over year, is going to continue to grow. So to the point that there's less heavy trucks on the road because of HB 189, as Meg said, is not true. And listen, with more trucks, more weight, more damage, we need to focus on building the capacity for freight in the growth that we're seeing in this state instead of becoming a maintenance-only state. It goes for cities, counties as well. Because we'll have to redeploy our funds to do maintenance, rehabilitation, and replace damaged pavements and bridges. I don't want to be like the surrounding states who are not the #1 state to do business. They are maintenance states. They just try to keep it together. Meg laid out the engineering. Let me tell you the reality on this next slide. Take a look at this picture. Small signs that we put up by bridges do not stop big trucks. Doesn't work. This top picture is a log truck at 135,000 gross vehicle weight, which, if you look at the breakdown on the chart, 66,502 pounds on a tandem axle. This is down in Bryan County at a bridge we were testing because we were worried about the strain and the conditions of this bridge, and we were using weigh in motion scales to try to correlate the truck going across the bridge and how much stress that bridge can take. Let me just say, 135,000 pounds is way more stress than we thought we would see there, and of course, way above the current legal limit with the current executive order. Now, I can attest to you, I know that's not Mr. McDowell that testified. This is nowhere near Butts County, and I would believe he'd speak the truth that he routes around those posted bridges. Now he's going to have to route around 1,408 additional bridges when he does his business. Strain is like fatigue. Strain and fatigue is like taking the proverbial paper clip, and you all have done this because I tear up paper clips every day at work. You take that paper clip and you can bend it a few times and it's fine. You keep bending it, and then all of a sudden, unexpectedly, due to the stress and the strain, what happens? It breaks. And you have no warning. You don't know when that's going to happen. If you got a paper clip, do it. So that's what happens with repetitive overweight trucks. This other picture is from an inspection we were doing where a log truck, fully loaded, and we'll assume he's legal at 42 tons, is crossing a bridge clearly posted for 27 tons. And you might notice that log truck's going down the middle of the road on a narrow bridge. I'd hate to meet that truck coming around the corner. I'm not casting light on anyone here, okay? I really don't. I don't want to cast that light. But we know when we post 1,408 more bridges around this state, there's going to be pressure for people to cheat. You just heard from MCCD, 238 officers. I did the math with 125,000 roughly miles in Georgia. Each officer has to cover 525 miles. How would you like to drive 525 miles a day trying to find something? They're going to have to double their work. Their workload is just double by posting 1,408 more bridges. And we appreciate the MCCD, and they're certainly great partners. Listen, folks, these impacts are real. It happens, and albeit this is not legal, but it does happen. Next slide, please. Another thing many people have asked me, and it's even the premise of HB 189, is let's just be like other states on gross vehicle weight. And I hear it's all about parity. Why doesn't Georgia have parity with these other states when it comes to gross vehicle weights? In fact, again, I'll say for the third time today, Georgia has the highest actual weight already allowed by any of our surrounding states for those ag and forestry products and those other exempted commodities. So we're already the best in that arena. We already allow more when it comes to actual weight. It's true that at 80,000 pounds, other states do allow with exemption, and I'm going to talk through that when I conclude about that map questions were asked about, because most all of those weights shown there have a variance, and I'll go state by state so you can write it down. And while you got that map out, pull that map out right now. Get away from this PowerPoint. Write down the condition of poor and fair bridges on each of those states. And you see on the map, the ones that show 90,000 pounds I circle. North Carolina has 58% of their bridges in poor or fair condition. Louisiana, 57%. Georgia, we have 23 or 25%, depending on which way you look at it. We put 23 here, it may be 25%, data changes. So, and I might add that North Carolina, Florida, and Virginia has a much more robust state budget for their transportation agencies than we do. Florida has a $10 billion state budget. North Carolina has a $3.75 billion state budget, and Georgia DOT has about $2 billion. I've often heard from many of you sitting on this committee how much better Georgia's roads than our surrounding states. Well, there's a reason for that, and it's called weights. Okay? They have bigger budgets. They have similar budgets. They get federal money just like we do. So weights do make a difference in those pavement conditions. You know, voting for HB 189 will send us on the way to be like the others. Is this the parity that everybody wants? We want our bridge conditions to be 60, 50, 60, 70% poor and fair. That's not what the impetus of HB 170 was when it was passed, to try to bring us up out of those poor conditions we were in. We were in bad condition. I remember testifying again at appropriations, and it wasn't lost on me that the downtown connector, the busiest road in Georgia, was falling apart because we couldn't afford to take care of it. So HB 170 did provide a lot of $1 billion, as Chairman Carpenter mentioned, $1 billion extra dollars, but sounding like a Washington politician, $1 billion doesn't go as far as it used to be. And we look forward to a robust conversation with this committee later about the needs to move Georgia forward in growing Georgia, not a repair and maintenance only growing Georgia. So write those numbers down when you want to see parity. I don't think that's the parity we look for. Mr. Chairman, let me try to conclude here briefly, and I'm sorry for us going so long. HB 189 just doesn't do what it's intended to do, because posting more bridges means you're driving further. And when you detour to miss those bridges, now you're driving further distances with heavy weights, tearing up roads even quicker. In a sense, ladies and gentlemen of this committee, this is an unfunded mandate to GDOT and the cities and counties. We'll have to send more money, who that is. We'll have to redirect our funding and spend billions, and let me say that again, billions more in maintenance, rehabilitation, and reconstruction, rather than advancing many of the critical projects you all need in your districts as things continue to grow in Georgia. The impacts to the city and county, like Med said, are a multiple of six times the mileage in the bridges they overall. And listen, almost every one of you have come and asked to help your community with more money to resurface their roads. And that's hard to do. Our LMIG dollars go a very long way. But every city and county has more resurfacing needs than they can fund. And I go back, I think there was a question about how the cities and county roads are designed. They're not designed, most city and county roads. They were dirt roads that got graded, and they got some surface treatment, some tar and gravel, and they got resurfaced 2 or 3 times over the last few decades. I grew up on a very road like that in Hart County, Georgia. They're not designed. They're just glad to have some asphalt on them. Now, there are cities and counties, the city of Atlanta, bigger cities, Augusta, whatever, they may have some design roads, but the lion's share of them have no design whatsoever. Let me sum this up, because earlier on there was several questions about physical note. And this is not a physical note, but I'm going to put some dollars around this that you can start noodling on and think about. As Meg said, pavements are designed for 20-year lifespan. That's a standard pavement design. At 60% more increase on axle weights, we know those pavement designs will decrease by 40%. 20-year design goes to 12-year design life. We do resurfacing and preventive maintenance every year at close to $400 million on state highways and interstates. $400 million. And we know that for every dollar in preventive maintenance, you're saving $6 to $8 in reconstruction. So let's boil that down a little bit more. So what does this really cost? Based on our current budget, we know we won't be able to keep up with 20% of the resurfacing that we're doing today. So increased deterioration, we're not going to keep up at our current budget. Pardon me. So what does that really mean? Thank you, Meg. So what? I apologize. It's hot in here, y'all. Thank you. I got it. So at 20%, we're not going to keep up with 20% of the roads. So what that means is then those will deteriorate quicker, and we're going to have to reconstruct those. So again, I told you 6 to 8 times to reconstruct a road than it is to resurface it. It's costing us now, and Whip Burchett, you asked about paving roads, 380,000 miles for a 2-lane road a mile. $380,000 a mile to resurface a road. So 6 to 8 times that, 6 times that, it'll cost $2.2 million a mile to rehabilitate that. So what does that turn into? About $500 million a year more than we'll have to start putting toward rehabilitation and basically rebuilding roads. That's a big number. That's just the pavement. That has nothing to do with the bridges. So that's the physical note. So what's the ad for now reconstructing more pavement? We don't reconstruct a lot of pavement, in fact. South Carolina, Alabama does because they've got higher weights. They have to rehabilitate and basically rebuild 2-lane roads. We try not to do that. We try to keep the curve, keep the maintenance in good condition so we don't have to do that. So we're certainly going to need somewhere around $500 million to take care of the state routes. As it relates to bridges, Meg said that we've invested $1.94 billion since passage of HB 170 between state funding, federal funding, and bond money. And that is a staggering number, which I am so proud of because we've made great progress. In fact, as you talked about it, $564 million of that has gone to local roads and bridges because we know how important agribusiness is to this state. That local bridge in rural Georgia is just as much as important as this bridge out here on the interstate. It's all about our economy. So what did we get for $1.94 billion? Meg told you we replaced 424 bridges. So do the math. Y'all write this down. I know a lot of y'all do good math. If you divide that out, that's $4.57 million a bridge. That's the average. We pulled some data recently due to increased cost. It's averaging $5 million a bridge now to replace a bridge. So if you look at the effects of HB 189 adding 1,408 bridges, and if you want to replace those at $5 million in today's dollars, that's $7 billion. That won't happen overnight. So $7 billion. If you take our current funding at $300 million, it'll take us about 23, maybe 24 years to get back to where we are today on bridges. That would be replacing all the bridges that got posted so that you could drive over them without concern. So that is a tremendous budget impact. And again, how fast can you replace 1,408 bridges? I suggest to you it's going to take a long time. And guess what? As Meg said, every bridge that we have gets older every day, just like all of us. We get a little older and we keep getting a few more health issues, even if you get a knee replacement like Meg talked about. So that's the impact. So if you want to talk about fiscal note, there's a starting point. Obviously, there's a lot of other things that go into that. But as a transportation committee, I ask that you think about the long-term adverse impacts to publicly owned and publicly funded infrastructure and not just react to these crazy economic times that no matter what business you're in, we have endured now for almost 3 years. And for that, I don't want to be the GDOT commissioner that sees the state go backwards and be like our other states in bad conditions. And for all the reasons Meg's laid out and the other people that's testified against HB 189, that's why we're strongly against it. Based on the testimony on both sides today, it seems that we have a solid current law in place. The #1 state to do business, #1 poultry industry, #1 forest products industry. It seems like we have a solid law in place that has variances that we celebrate our #1 economy of agribusiness because we know it's going to grow. In fact, 42% growth in agribusiness by tonnage to 2050. So it's going to continue to grow because there's more population, and that manufacturing is going to continue to grow. So if it ain't broke, let's not fix it. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to questions and answers. Thank you.
Well, thank you for a very clear explanation there, engineers. Let's see, first was number 8, Mark Newton.
Yes, sir. Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Commissioner, thank you. And especially for bringing your chief engineer, which I think we can do a lot of different things, but we can't change physics. And physics and metal fatigue with your paperclip recommendation or explanation is very clear, and it's going to happen. I know I did appreciate on page 17 that 20 years down to 12, and you mentioned a couple of numbers about for the roads, for the increase due to the axle weight, and then I guess you got the length and the axle weight when you're dealing with bridges. Have you figured out, I don't know, in relation to our current gas tax, if we were to keep doing the widening that many of our areas need, the new roads, the new freight corridors that we've already got planned, what would we have to go to if we wanted to really keep it apples to apples and say that we're going to keep our roads maintained the way we are now? Is there an estimate? I don't know how, and I know our gas tax doesn't take into affect electric vehicles, but leave that aside a minute. Our current gas tax, how much would it have to go up, or is that a ballpark, you know?
Well, let me go back to that physical note ciphering that we were doing. So, $7 billion to replace the bridges that are at it because of HB 189. Let's say we can do that in 10 years.
Okay.
So how much is that? $700 million
a year. Yeah.
A year for 10 years. And I said $500 million for pavement for rehabilitation on top of what we're already doing. Right. So additional. So that's $1.2 billion. Our current gas tax generates right at $2 billion. So you would about need to not quite double, but 50% more. You'd probably need about 50% more. So we're at 30 cents. So another 15 to 18 cents would be my guess per gallon. So I would probably, doing that math at 1.2, I'd have to work it out. It's probably 18, 20 cents more a gallon you would need. And that's, again, it's going to take you 10 years. I don't think you can replace 1,400 bridges in 10 years. Pennsylvania has done a big project. They did a big initiative. It's taken them a decade to, I think, get 700 bridges redone.
If you don't mind, does that include the county roads we've talked about, the local and county roads that are going to have increased?
The bridges would include local and county roads. The pavement excludes the county in totality. Counties are on their own.
So
I don't even know how to estimate that because each county funds things differently. There's 159 guesses on that.
Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Meg. When you build a new bridge, what standards, what weight limit is considered when you build a new bridge?
You want to answer that? Sorry for that table. Yes, there you go.
Slide 5. You can see that for our current standard is for 100,000 pounds. It's a very small percentage of our bridges in the state, but that's what we're doing.
That's what the state does. Cities and counties don't have to design to that standard. They can design to a lesser standard if they decide to do so. And actually, the bridge design usually shows that for less volume roads, you use a smaller design load, usually that 30,000. That's why so many county roads are designed at 30,000 pound trucks, because they were rural and small, not anticipating exponential growth like we have today.
Next up, Mr. Hawley.
Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner, for staying so late with the rest of us and providing us with the other side of this. Looking at that, the 60% increase for that damage done to the roads, I was wondering, that, you know, again, I kind of weighed in, should this actually pass? We've heard a lot today with those like Mr. McDowell who do this for a living every day in terms of logging and using the roads. But are they, from your estimation, because I know you certainly talk to the trucking industry, are they familiar with the level of the level to which they would have to redirect their traffic around these routes should these bridges actually be posted? You know, because it's good to see like there's an executive order. We were able to keep the state open. Business is good. But I'm imagining that, you know, should this actually go through, it'd be good for anyone who is making sure that these deliveries go outside and throughout Georgia, but it actually might hurt other industries that are inside the state. Do you believe that to be true?
I certainly do. And again, you got to think about, with HB 189, again, the unintended consequences is, quite honestly, you won't be able to traverse through many counties or, you know, anywhere through the state and haul at 90,000 pounds, because the bridges are going to, there's so many bridges posting, double the posting of bridges. Then you got to find the detour. And as Meg said 3 times, is by law, you can't divert through a county road unless you're picking up and delivering. So it's going to, it would be, you know, people just trying to guess what they have to load on a truck. As we heard earlier, you can't visualize loading pulpwood, what it's going to be. Try to guess so that you can get across those bridges. So that's why the HB 189 is, the unintended consequences, you're going to drive a lot further to go around, which costs money. I know in logging, according to UGA's Warnell School of Forestry in Georgia, you get about 3 turns a day, from the forest to the mill. Mm-hmm. So if you add and the average haul is around 56 miles from that study. If you add 30-mile detour, you may miss another trip. That's certainly not the direction we want to go for supporting agribusiness and forestry.
And yeah, just to that point, and my last question, most oftentimes residents, voters, they're looking at kind of urban areas as being kind of clogged with traffic. But with this, literally even the rural areas all throughout Georgia, where you doesn't see much traffic, even those points where the railroad itself, you know, I know I'm in Henry County. We certainly have areas where you can't take that tractor trailer because the gradient's so steep to actually go over the tracks. Right. You're going to have truckers who are trying to do their best, but they actually may be taking some unnecessary risks to actually get the products across the state, but it'll go through these rural areas. They're going to be seeing a major influx of traffic that they probably never expected. Do you believe that to be true?
Well, I certainly know that in Henry County, you only have just a little bit of freight to deal with, and continuing to grow as well as a freight hub. So, again, I think that is, you know, and again, well-intentioned. And listen, you know, Representative Meeks, Chairman Meeks here, well-intentioned. I mean, again, everybody's focused on the right thing, and I want to make sure that's clear. And I told this committee last year, my dad worked and retired from Georgia Forestry Commission. Forest industry raised me, you know, I own a tree farm. I'm a pro forest person, forest product person. But this is the physics and the facts. And so to your point is it's gonna cause unintended consequences of more roads with heavier weights. And again, we heard 75% of the trucks get 10,000 pounds, not 6,000 pounds. So I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Ms. Daniel.
All right, I am not an engineer by trade, so this question is for you. Is weight the only variable that causes deterioration in roads and bridges?
It's the axle spacing, and it's the weight on the axles, not just the overall weight of the truck, but it's also the weight on the axles. And then there are many other things, whether those kind of things can affect deterioration. Age can affect the deterioration, but it's accelerated by the weights.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm from Henry County as well. So I guess my question, because our roads are struggling like many other places, but it seems to be related to population growth as well, at least in our area. Is that, you know,
Well,
engineer, like on your
population
end, is that
means-
possible, or is that just something from an average person that we might think and that's not?
Certainly, population is related to traffic volumes.
Okay.
And traffic volume growth. Our truck volumes are increasing along with the population and the traffic volumes.
Sorry, squeaky. So pavement design is, when we design pavements, we don't design them for cars. Cars are inconsequential to pavement design.
No
Pavement
matter
de-
how many.
No matter
come
how
through.
many. It's basically how many 18,000 axle load equivalents. So how many trucks are you forecast? Forecast was wrong for Henry County 20 years ago, right? Or 10 years ago. So how many axle loads equivalent to 18,000 pounds? So cars don't even come close to that. So they're insignificant. So pavements that we design, and again, I'm going to be on record, we're talking about state routes. Cities, counties, can't speak for them. They don't design roads generally. They just put some gravel and pavement down and they're good. So, but that's based on that. And again, the additional impact, as Meg talked about, in the increased axle variance in HB 189, that 12.5% is to the fourth power. So get your calculator, put that increase in. It's not 12.5%. It turns into 60%.
Okay. And then you also had, kind of to echo Representative Vance Smith down there, the weight standards of the new bridges, you mentioned it are 100,000 pounds. How long has that been in place?
2010.
So about the last 10 years. And it's my understanding that the truck weight issue has kind of been around for 20 years or so, maybe longer than that. So I guess my question is, going forward, what do y'all suggest that we do to better prepare our state? Obviously, we're going to continue to grow. Our businesses are going to continue to grow. And so how do we proactively, set the stage to build infrastructure that's going to accommodate it? Because it seems like, it's just a little foolish to keep doing the same thing if it's not going to be beneficial as we continue to grow.
Yeah, so we have a whole other presentation about freight and logistics and the growth of freight. And when I say freight, we're talking about manufacturing, agribusiness, and e-commerce. And what that looks like, as I referenced, it's going to grow almost twofold by 2050. That's going to take tremendous investment, tremendous more investment than what we have today at state and federal levels, so that Georgia is going to be still the #1 state to do business and the place we want to move safely and enjoy to live. And, people joke, right? Henry County is where I-75 stops.
It's awful.
I hear that all the time. But it's continuing to grow. In fact, part of a study we've done in and around the ports know that the warehouse distribution in and around 4 counties is going to double in 10 years.
Right.
And so that's coming. If we have to just go into a maintenance only state because of replacing bridges that are now degraded and pavements, our money is going to be going to do that, not expand and not keeping Georgia the #1 state to do business. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, and Ms. Perkle for staying with us this long, and I appreciate your presentation. But my question, I've heard several times about the axle weight in Georgia already being higher than these surrounding states that are at 88 and 90. And it mentioned that with this bill is going to raise that axle weight. What in this, I don't know if that's the intent of the bill. Is it anything in the bill that does that?
12.5% will get you up to 55,000 or something like that on the axle. I have to go back and look at exactly that note.
And that might be for the off of the bill. I'm just for the
sorry.
intent. I don't know.
It makes no differentiation as far as we read it.
Okay. That's the one of his intent. Maybe we need to specify that. We're not affecting the axle weight.
Okay. Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the testimony today and staying late and all this humid heat that's in this room.
Brain power, right?
Yeah. That was my nice way of saying hot air things. But no, seriously, one of the things that you keep bringing up a lot is about posted bridges. Okay, and I guess they didn't want me to talk. Somebody took my thing off, so excuse me. So I guess if we moved it to 90,000 pounds, and the bridge is posted, does that mean that you can still drive over the bridge if you were an 80,000 pound truck? Right. So say I say, hey, look, I want to go through this county. I realize it's a business decision for me. I don't want to drive all the way around. I just want to go at 80,000 pounds. Does that prevent these 80,000 pound trucks from driving over these bridges?
Not at 80,000, but each bridge is unique, and so they're based on, again, the axle configuration and type trailer. There may be a prohibition above 80 but below 90.
Okay.
So there could be it's based on each bridge, its age, its condition, and so it could be there. But generally, the 1,408 additional bridges are based on axle weight increases and the gross vehicle weight.
Okay. So would any of the bridges go less than 80,000 pounds? Is there a possibility that could happen with these postings?
Yeah, absolutely. Bridges go below 80,000 pounds all the time because they're designed for it, and they get worn down and deteriorate. So yes, we post below 80. The 1,408 are just the new, and as conditions get worse, just like all those other surrounding states that have 50 and 60% poor and fair bridges, they go below 80 at some point.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting to is if we don't feel like the bridges are currently it be able to hold 80, then I actually don't have a problem with it being posted. I think it's probably a good thing. I don't want weights driving over bridges that they're not capable for. And that was one of my questions. The other question was, you had talked about the rest of these states. Were you?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I'll so you may want to write this down. There was the question earlier about, are those the state laws, the gross vehicle weight, or are those variances? So this is the information we have. Alabama's state law is 80,000 with a 10% variance to 88,000. Arkansas state law is 80,000 with a 5,000 pound variance. Florida is state law 80,000 pound with a special exemption to 10% of ag products. Most all these special exemptions are ag related, and you heard from Louisiana was sugarcane. Kentucky, 80,000 pound, 10% variance to 88,000. Louisiana's 80,000, 12,000 pound variance. Mississippi, 80,000 pounds with a 5% variance. And there may be some other, there may be other little exemptions and nuances and things, but this is, again, the law and then what variances are. North Carolina, 80,000 pounds with a 10,000 pound allowance. South Carolina, 73,280 pounds, which happens to be actually the old bridge design amount, with a 15% variance, with a permit fee as well, up to 90. If it's a special permit fee to 90,000 pounds. Tennessee's at 80,000 pounds with a 10% variance. Virginia is at 80,000 pounds with a 10,000 pound variance with additional axle. So it varies by state to state, and they're very nuanced. And I mean, you got to sort of dig in. We thought Florida was just 80,000 pounds, but we did finally find that there was a special permit that you can get 10% more in Florida. So, but those are all permitted. A lot of those have permit fees and applications. And again, HB 189 is blanket, 10,000 pound increase, 90,000 pounds, period.
One last question. I know it's getting late. Sorry, y'all. Once you post this bridge, these 1,404 bridges, won't that extend the life of them because you won't have the 90,000 pound driving over them? Is that out of the?
I'll refer to the slide that you're on the screen. And if you can guarantee that, then yes.
Well, there you go.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Commissioner, appreciate the testimony. Meg, I appreciate the testimony. As we know, this is a hard issue for all of us, but I had a few questions I'd like to talk about. You mentioned many times that you can't go on these local roads unless you're picking up or delivering. What else does a truck do besides pick up and deliver?
Well, to your point, then every road's open for 90,000 pounds is what you're saying.
So what I'm saying
is
that
the state law, you had the exemption that basically unless you were making a local delivery on that load or picking up, and again, that's generated toward the ag industry, right? Is forest products and farm And so, but not pass through, not cut through.
Well, I was just submitting to you that if the, particularly logging trucks we keep talking about, they're either picking up or delivering or sitting still as far as I know. So they would be able to use them. And I want to draw you to the slide number 14. If we can get 14 up there. We talk about these bridges being posted and causing this, excess mileage. And this one trip right here crossing this bridge, if we post it, that turns into a 31 or 30 mile trip. I mean, I think these blue dots are mills right here. So this was just a suggested, just one trip. This could be 31, but if you're on the other side of that bridge, there's no lengthening of the trip or anything like that, but this was just one picked. In fact, if you're on the other side of the bridge, where your origination point is, you go to this other mill over here where it's near where it says Bullock, and that's a short distance.
Sure, it matters where you start and stop. So we just picked here's some what ifs. And if you go back to Elbert County on the previous slide, all but State Route 77 going into South Carolina becomes posted on state routes. So to your point, I mean, so you can pick and choose, and we've done a lot of analysis of where the mills are, and we've got maps that show you within 10, 20, 30 miles of how many more posted bridges this is. And there's become some islands where you may not be able to get there, or you're going to have to drive a long way around to miss the posted bridge.
Yeah, and I get that. And that's one of the points that you and I have talked about many times and conveyed to the industries here. And in fact, I specifically asked Mr. McDowell. I said, Mr. McDowell, you realize this could post a bridge, and you might have to drive farther. He said, yeah, I do that now. So are there posted bridges now that he cannot travel across?
Absolutely. 1,400 and how many? 4.
Yeah. Okay. And then, Meg, thank you also for staying. You said that, this idea that less mileage is a ludicrous idea. If I'm hauling 100,000 pounds, and I'm just doing round numbers, not what our bill does. If I'm hauling if I am capable of hauling 100,000 pounds, and I've got, 2 loads of 50,000 pounds, and it's a 10-mile trip, that's 20 miles, right? And if we do one trip, that's just 10 miles, right? So I don't think it's entirely ludicrous to say that. I think it is just mathematically factual. If we raise the weight, mileage can reduce. Would you agree?
That's assuming that nobody grows, that Georgia's not growing. No, that's status quo. So but again, if you go back, and even now we've had this 3-year look, and MCCD confirmed correctly, truck volumes in Georgia are the highest they've ever been.
So that could be a cause for the increased deaths, correct?
That's a death. You have to look at deaths on accident per case. It's 30%, if you did the math too, back to 2019, 30% increase in fatalities with commercial vehicles.
Very good. Thank you for that. I also wanted to make sure that I was not misreading the bill. The bill doesn't require you to go to 90,000 pounds, does it? So this idea has been, put out here in the entire time we've had this committee hearing, that we're going to raise this weight, and then 39 million trucks are going to go to 90,000 pounds. Do you think that's plausible?
I can't speak, but I've heard from the business talking about razor thin margins. Everybody that's testified, whether railroads or trucking or forestry, has talked about razor thin margins, and that's the whole. I'm not sure why we even are discussing the bill if people don't want haul increased weights, right?
Well, I mean, the suggestion I'm making here is that 6,314 people took advantage of the 95,000 pound executive order. And there's this idea of voluming out before you weight out, right? So Mr. McDowell said, I can't put logs on a truck to get to 200,000 pounds because it just won't hold it. I have to stay within my dimensions, correct? So I think another person that testified said that logging trucks were uniquely capable because they had the open top ability to drop in, and I'd suggest that probably aggregates are the same way and petroleum are the same way. So I think there will be an increase in folks that are traveling at a higher poundage. But do we think that every commodity in the state of Georgia can be packed into a, let's say, a box truck for say, and go to 90,000 pounds. Let's use Mr. Nimmer's suggestion. We can't pack enough Frito-Lays into a box truck to get to 90,000 pounds. I don't think.
No, that's true. I mean, different commodities weigh different things. If you're hauling a truck full of anvils, that's a little different than a truck full of popcorn.
And if we're, and if
But that exists today. That's no different today, correct?
Right. It is not any different today. But what I'm saying is that it's also ludicrous to say that 39 million trucks are now going to go to 90,000 pounds just because that ability is there. We're not requiring them to go to 90,000 pounds. In fact, the forest industry and the loggers can make the determination, listen, if I'm right here on slide 14, was that back up there? This is in Effingham. I've actually traveled these roads, so this is the only one I picked out because I know these roads. If I'm right here on the origination point, and I stay at 88,000 pounds or 84,000 pounds, the current weight, it would be a strategic decision for me to decide. Instead of driving 31 miles, I'm just going to drive straight across the bridge. But can the bridge hold it right now? Can the bridge go to 84,000 pounds?
These probably can. They probably are not posted at this moment.
It's possible that they aren't.
Yeah, it's possible it's not.
Possible
and
they
that's,
can't.
of course, on a business decision, right?
Right.
And if we insinuated the 39 million was from MCCD, so we didn't put that number out there. That was just how many went through their scales.
Sure.
So that's not how many trucks are on the road. There's 330 million miles traveled in Georgia every day, and trucks are probably close to 10-12% of those. So that 39 million is just going through the scale. So if you I'm sorry if we interpreted that, or you believe that we said 39 million would go to
Well,
90,
that's my misunderstanding.
90,000.
I'm just going off the only numbers that were given that, this is the number of trucks that cross the scale. And, one of the questions I had is like, where these super loads, where are they traveling right now? 200,000 pounds. How do they get around?
Well, super loads are very unique, and they're not on a 5-axle truck. They're on 10, 20, 30, 40 axle trucks that works through MCCD. They actually work to our bridge shop. We have to go do an analysis on the roadways and the bridges to see, based on the configuration of those super loads, where they can be routed. And often they have route provisions. So that is a permitting process through MCCD and our bridge engineer. So listen, that's not a standard kind of load.
Sure.
When they happen, you'll see big escorts and, traffic.
I-beams for bridges or something like that.
Well, no, usually it's big industrial kind of things.
Or like windmills. We don't have many of those. Thank you for that. I'm winding up right here. What do you think the primary focus of GDOT is to do? Is it to repair and manage the transportation infrastructure of the state of Georgia?
Provide a safe, seamless, sustainable, seamless, sustainable transportation network for Georgia. That's our mission.
Is part of it to repair and manage this infrastructure?
It's our charge. I don't think you're happy when you're hitting potholes and riding on rough roads.
Well, I live on a dirt road. And I don't like it, but I actually like being where I'm at. But you're right, to your point. So you said that these states around us, their roads are worse than ours, and I will commend you. You have done a fantastic job, and you are doing a great job in advocating for our infrastructure. So don't get me wrong here. Our roads are great. Our roads, I'd say our county roads, our state roads, our bridges are great. It seems as though we've kind of got behind on bridges because we got a significant amount that need to be repaired. But I would say this. If weight is the only factor, or weight is the factor, by your words, that these roads are worse in these states, then why, when I go to Mississippi, are the roads so terrible and they have the lowest weight, 84,000 pounds? They just moved to 88,000 pounds. So it can't just be weight. It's your due diligence and management and repair that also keeps our roads and our bridges safe, correct?
Well, thank you for that compliment, I think. I feel like Mr. McDowell being cross-examined here, but to the point, I'd rather not talk about Mississippi. They have significant funding challenges. They have been inadequately funded for a long time. I was very good friends with my counterpart. She retired, but they just couldn't even rub two nickels together. So they're not making the proper investment. We try to be very, to your point, and I do say thank you for that acknowledgement, we try to be very judicious and efficient with these taxpayer dollars that we were afforded to use.
I think that's all I've got, except for this. Do you think that this is the exception, or is that the rule? Do you think that the majority of people are disregarding our laws and driving over these bridges, or do you think it is a minute percentage of the people that are breaking the law? And is it against the law to drive across that bridge?
It's against the law if you're caught. I have no idea of the percentage of how, when and how that happens, but I'll share this with you. These are 2 random pictures. Again, we're just out there to do a stress test on a bridge, and then we'll go out to do a bridge inspection, and they snap that photo. So that's random. So I have no idea of knowing. MCCD, again, told you how many people they have. Translates to over 500 miles they have to patrol. So I don't know.
I would submit that the small business community, the family-owned business like we saw here, and Mr. McDowell and Mr. Wayman, Madison and Jackson, Georgia, those folks are the folks that we work for. And I would submit that they are law-abiding Georgia citizens trying to make a way for their 6 kids and 2 grandkids. And I don't think Mr. McDowell or Wayman are trying to skirt the system and drive over our bridges. But I would also say that the majority of Georgians are that way. And that's all I have to say. I want to thank you again for coming. Last year was a long hearing. This year is even longer. So
we do have a saying of on time and on budget, but thank you.
Next up, Mr. Newlowitz.
Thank you. Yeah, I will point this out too. I'm very familiar with Mississippi. I'm actually half Mississippi. We have a lottery here in Georgia that pays for college educations. In Mississippi, their lottery pays for roads and bridges. That's how bad it is in Mississippi. So I don't, I think that's a very different situation. But
second on that idea. I'm just kidding.
Lots of good things came from Mississippi. Roads and bridges aren't part of them. So I have a couple concerns. One is that, and we covered previously that MCCD is going to have to cover about 525 miles per vehicle per day. That's in ideal circumstances. And I'm a little bit concerned that an unintended consequence of HB 189 might be an inadvertent encouragement, maybe not encouragement, but just an inadvertent consequence that there might be a little bit of a culture of forgiveness versus permission with a lot of these newly posted bridges. And that's something that concerns me greatly. My second concern is that, when these bridges are posted, and we have in the slides, these were fantastic, talking about some of the detours that trucks are going to take. I want to clarify also, these detours are not just for agribusiness trucks, correct? And I know that and these are state roads, these are state bridges. We haven't even talked about the detours that would have to take place for the county bridges that would have to be newly posted. I just think it's, again, when we look at those detours, this is not just logging trucks that we're talking about. Okay, I wanted to clarify that.
All trucks at 90,000 pounds.
But then on county bridges, it might be less than 90,000.
We didn't populate the county
Right.
on those detours because we're saying you shouldn't be on a county road.
Right, exactly. But sometimes that is something that, again, I think my concerns are related, and I appreciate you addressing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Chairman Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had the privilege for several years to work with you on your budget, and I'm very proud of the way you are so diligent in spending our resources, and they're hard to come by. And we've made such great progress in our state, and it's reflected in our roads. Want to say that before I got any further. Couple of things. We can fix this problem just like we did in school areas, and let's get some cameras and have a $10,000 penalty if your picture's taken going over the bridge when you shouldn't. And that won't happen. I'll second that in a minute. You'll figure out who's going over it and who's not. But the bottom line here, we've had 2 of our important state agencies tell us that this is not good for Georgia. The basic facts have been presented to us. It's not just somebody's opinion. These were facts. It's good information. We need to step away from this. I don't think this is something that our constituents are going to want. It's wonderful. I'm a small business owner too, and I need to cut corners and I need to save money. but I'm not going to do it at the risk to the people of the state of Georgia. So I appreciate what you've done and the information you have shared with us. It is of great value. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Corbett.
I would point out that this scenario here would have been a $8,250 fine with that truck with this, what's in the bill. That's pretty significant.
Lastly,
I want to thank you for coming out and great presentation. I just had one question. So when this went across, y'all have a mechanism to actually weigh that truck? Did I hear you correctly?
This was a temporary weigh in motion, so this is not everywhere. And to Chair Taylor's point is it would take a lot of work to go put scales in all the pavement to do that, to read the weight. This is a temporary situation where we go out with bridges we're concerned about and measure the weight, the actual weight, and correlate that to the stress and the strain on the bridge. So you'd have to have scales everywhere, and that's a lot of work.
But it is possible to put a scale on there and have a camera if you had a area that was
technologically it's possible. Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Sounds like legislation, doesn't it? Oh, here we go. No. Oh boy, what do we ask for? You know, as we draw to the end of the questions, you know, we'll turn it over to the bill sponsor in a minute. I just got a couple of comments, and I love it. I mean, I'm just sitting here, just looking around, of course, listening intently, but the passion of you members. You know, you just listened to a lot of people, but you asked 84 questions. You've never been in another committee that's done that. Probably never will. But I appreciate your passion because it's who we are, and we love transportation. Now, I made a promise, you know, last year to bring this forward. Let industry work on it. You vote on it. And it's a serious thing. You know, I just can't believe how many questions we've had. Just to follow up on a couple of things, we are looking at funding. I think you've heard Commissioner very clearly. We've got to look at funding. It's going to be a very we're going to have to dig deep to do it. You know, electric vehicles funding, freight and logistics funding. See my partner in crime, Senator Gooch, back there. We're working on it right now. We meet on it about every day to try to find the best route to get there because we do need more money as Georgia grows. And we look for it. You know, it's just going to be we've got to do that. And Monday morning at 8 a.m., there's appropriation for transportation meeting if you want to learn more about it with Chairman Perkle. But that's the end of that, and we'll turn it back over to the bill sponsor for any final comments.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 7 years ago when this hearing started. Do want to, first of all, acknowledge the testimony on all sides that have been given today from everyone who traveled from across our state to raise the various points and the various issues, to MCCD and the great job that they do. I see them frequently in my area of the state inspecting trucks and doing what we all hope that they will do, and that is shut down the ones that are unsafe. And we recognize the challenges there with the agency. I actually had some conversations yesterday and look forward to following up on that. And certainly appreciate the Commissioner and Meg for being here today to bring their comments. As we started this process and looking for a solution to where we have been over, some of you said, the past 20 years, this is where we ended up with the coalition to raise the weight limit, as we have noted in House Bill 189. And the hour is late. I know everybody's ready to get out of here, and I'll just close with I would ask favorable consideration as we move forward, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't read my writing a minute ago, and you know, it might be a good idea, members, to post bridges to draw attention to the funding deficit, and that's just something I had put down here. So we're at the moment. Would anyone like to make a motion Got a motion? I don't got a second? A motion and a second. The motion is a motion and a second to pass House Bill 189 LC 3723S. Okay, yes, sir. So we have a motion and a second. Yes. No deal. I've got one right here. I'd like to recognize the Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if you can remember all the way back to 5.5 hours ago when you mentioned that there's a Scrivener's error in this bill, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the substitute to this bill, referring specifically to LC 393923S, line 59, that we change that to then.
We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment passes. So before, like I said earlier, we're going to vote on what you see in your hand. We'll do a hand count. I've asked my officers to count the votes, and we'll do. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Is there any discussion? Chairman Taylor's the. Yeah, he'd like to turn out the lights. Any member would have anything to say, any discussion? I see none. So, all those in favor of passing LC 393723S, please raise your hand. Count. This is to pass. All right. Those opposed, please raise your hand. The measure passes 18-11. I want to throw something out real quick. This is a very passionate issue, and I've been here a long time and dealt with some very passionate issues. So I think at this moment, I thank you for your attention. Nobody's going to hold it against you. I don't hope anybody was taking pictures to hold it against you for voting the way you felt your district, because that's important. And I hope that you reach out to one another and talk about this. This bill has a long way to go in its process. And so talk to your member friends, people that sit beside you. I'm sure the interested parties will. But I thank you. Our meeting is adjourned.